The following program is for adult audiences only.
I've never felt like this. What are you doing to me? It only took one kiss to know that you're everything I need. Everything I need. So tell me now, because I just have to know. Do I make you wanna run away with me? Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone? Do I make you wanna run? Just be wild and free. Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone else? Like you don't need anyone else? Because all I need is you. About you is the reason I can't spend one more day without you. Oh, so tell me, girl, 'cause I really wanna know. Do I make you wanna run away with me? Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone? Do I make you wanna run? Just be wild and free. Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone else? Like you don't need anyone else? Because all I need is you. Oh, won't you run away with me? Oh, won't you run away with me? I've never felt like this. What are you doing to me? So do I make you wanna run away with me? Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone? Do I make you wanna run? Just be wild and free. Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone else? Like you don't need anyone else? Because all I need is you. Oh, all I need is you. Hey. Oh, yeah. 'Cause all I need is you. I used to stay up all night trying to find my place, chasing neon lights and looking for some kind of trace to lead me out of darkness. Give me a little faith, something to make me stronger, someone who could light the way. Then you came to me and you gave me reason. I almost can't believe it. Every time we touch, I feel at home. There's no way I'd ever let you go. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. I don't know what you do to me, but I feel like I am way up in the sky. When you put your hands in mine, I know I'm gonna be alright. 'Cause when we touch is when I really come alive. could compare to you. The way you're always smiling, the way you light up a room. I couldn't live without you, not even if I tried. Cause every day I'm with you, I'm flying over the clouds. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm flying over the clouds. And I'm not coming down. Every time we touch, I feel at home. There's no way I'd ever let you go. When you put your hands in mine, I know you're gonna be alright. I don't know what you do to me, but I feel like I am way up in the sky. When you put your hands in mine, I know you're gonna be alright. Cause when we touch is when I really come alive. When we touch is when I really come alive. Oh.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the Vapers' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world.
Man. Yeah, but you cannot wait now. You've just clicked on, got a nice little holiday now. What now? I would be fucking buzzing. You and the wife spend a bit of quality time, nice warm climate. What more do you want?
Hey, you're live.
Am I? Oh, sorry, folks. He's doing it again. He's buggered off. Alex has gone on vacation, boys and girls, with just me. He's left us in the lurch. He has. He's pissed off on a boat. Get your arse in here, you. He always does this to me. Get in here now. Don't you dare do it. There he is, you see? Blind git. I'm sitting sorting me thing out. He goes, oh, you're live. I went, eh? See what I mean? See what I've got to put up with?
That's because I am going on holiday. There won't be a show next week, folks, because I'm going to be on that boat right over there on the thumbnail.
Yes, he's
That'll be
leaving
me.
us, folks. He's having a vacation. He's having a vacation.
Poolside on the top of that cruise boat down in the Caribbean. Hopefully, the hurricane will be long gone by the time we get there. But who knows?
Oh, God, they've had a bit of a storm gone through there, haven't they?
Hurricane Burl is down
Beryl,
there now.
aye, was it through Grenada or something it went through? Something like that, if I remember correctly.
Just south of Cuba.
Grenada or something. Yeah. Bad one as well, apparently. I was just in the process of re-wigging something and he went, "You're live." I went, "What?" It's like, shit.
Yeah, look at this crazy stuff.
What are you doing to me? What's he doing?
I'm supposed to be sunning in the holiday down in the Caribbean, and this is what's going on down there. What's going to be left by the time I get there?
Well, you best just stay on the boat, mate. Be safer.
I don't care.
Holy moly, man!
I've never been on a cruise ship before, ever.
Well,
and
I'll
yes,
tell you one thing, right?
Somebody asked a question earlier. Let me look through the chat here. Where is it?
I think it was 60 Watt guy.
Am I married? Yes.
Very happily.
Actually, I think it was 60 Watt guy on Simon's show asked if I know where Strongsville is. Yes. I grew up in Olmsted Falls.
Ah.
So Strongsville is like, stone throw away. You have Olmsted Falls and then
There you
Berea
go.
and then Strongsville. Boom.
Small world.
Yes, it is. I have been working diligently on some new effects here.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go, folks. What on earth is that doing? Get off you. There you go.
New command
We've just
for you.
had a few dangle claps again. We had
Everybody
a few dangle
stop
claps,
vaping!
folks, on my end. So that's why we're late. Yes, me again. I fucked everything up again.
What do you think?
That's always.
You like Clive? Did you see him?
That's cool, yeah. Good old Clive, proper Clive.
Yeah. And
I like
that's
your
only
thinking.
like the snippet that you would find on the news.
Ooh. Very interesting, sir. Very interesting.
Science is shaped to get
Don't know
alarmist
if any is,
headlines. Aha,
tuned
look
in,
at this
but I mean,
headline. Oh my
Alex
God!
would get
Everybody stop vaping!
Seven
The papers are
show on
written in
Saturday
such a
night,
way
and
that
we
that
had
outcome in the press
pretty
is
decent
predictable.
time, didn't we?
At the beginning, the scientific paper, there'll be a bunch of caveats that say, no, the
was
headline
good.
that we've presented you with isn't actually true.
Hold your horses. Look who's here. What do you mean, look who's here? What do you mean? What do you mean, look who's here?
Kenny's a little discombobulated today. Can you guys tell? We spent the last hour trying to get his audio stream working so that he could hear me. I could hear him. Neither one of us had doubles of our audio chain. I could hear his Chrome. He could hear my Chrome. I mean, Windows Update cocked them all up, and he's like, it's like back in day one, season 1.
I've had a
Try
bad
this.
day, guys.
Try this.
I've had a really bad day, guys. Just a shit day. Been one of them days. Total shit.
We all have those from time to time. Kind of like Australia's having a shit old time right now. They implemented this whole, we're going to fix the whole vaping thing. We're going to get rid of the prescription model, and it's only going to be available in pharmacies, right? How's that working out for you? Huh? Do the pharmacies know anything about vaping or vaping liquid? No, they don't?
Hell no.
They're issuing prescriptions with for vaping liquid that tell people to put their vaping liquid nicotine inside a lotion and apply it all over your skin.
Yeah. It's a new hemorrhoid cream.
Swear to God, I got it. It's there for the news. We got a bunch of other vape science, common sense stuff that we've already talked about before, but Australia is simply fucked. I'm gonna say it. Sorry, they are. They made a bad situation worse. Just when you thought they couldn't do that.
Discovered a new hemorrhoid cream, vape juice.
100 milligram nicotine.
It makes it easier to pass.
Legit 100 milligram nicotine. You believe this stuff? Holy moly!
Unbelievable, man.
And did you hear about the recalls?
What these people are thinking.
The weed vape recalls, man. They're issuing them left and right.
Oh,
apparently,
really?
One of the manufacturers of the liquid that goes into a weed pen was using pesticides on their weed products and didn't wash the leaves before they made concentrated weed juice.
Oh, shit. That's not good.
So they're not telling everybody it's a volley now. They're literally recalling all this stuff. Well, what's going on with Cuomo?
What is the matter with these fucking people? What's the matter with these fucking people? You know what I mean? They're fucking brain dead. You know that?
Come on, man.
Come on, Cuomo. Get your arse out.
Yeah, what's going on? Did we bollocks up the whole system? Going on somebody else's show?
Possibly. Possibly. Okay, now.
Vaping is better than smoking.
All dangle clacks. See?
I don't know. C-U-O-M-O. No, you didn't. C-U-O-M-O. Command. Correct? Available to everybody. Twitch message, YouTube message. Don't ignore internal message. Not case sensitive. I don't know. I got a whole bunch of news though. And it's just like, where do we even start? Like, we got the obvious stuff.
Exactly.
But it's like, see, the problem is this past week, I was watching a bunch of stuff that is not vape related, but it's about, the elections. You guys got elections coming up, right? We talked about on Simon's show about trying to encourage everybody, go vote. Vote your hopes, vote your aspirations. Don't vote based upon who you fear the most. Yeah. Because what you fear may end up coming true regardless of who gets put into office. So vote based upon who you hope is going to do the most good while you're there. Then I had to go and watch a video about an economist from your country. This bloke made $10 million during COVID gambling on the fact that the poor are going to get poorer and the rich are going to get richer. What?
Is that not a surprise? They're all crooks, man. Every fucking one of them.
But then he explained it, and it's like, holy shit, that makes sense. During COVID, when they shut everything down, right? You, me, and everybody got, a little cash that the government, sent us a check and said, okay, here's $2,500. That'll help you get through the month. We're shutting everything down, the whole country, your businesses, no more jobs. You're all being laid off, right? Yeah. The whole country, because we got to protect everybody from getting, spreading the disease. All right, fine. Nobody thought this thing out, though, because most of the country is living paycheck to paycheck, right? So they looked at that as, oh, cool. We'll get to continue our standard of living, cover our bills and get our food and our groceries and everything else. But what happened to all those people that are rich? The people that are millionaires and billionaires. What did that money do for them? COVID locked everything down. These are the people that spend their untold billions of dollars on, luxury items. Things that you and I would never even think about having, let alone spending money on. Forget about this holiday cruise I'm going on. It ain't nothing compared to what they do. They got the check too, right? But they stopped spending. But their businesses that they all own, that's why they're millionaires, like Amazon, made untold buku billions of dollars because, all your local shops were closed. So if you needed something, that's where you ordered it from. And it got delivered to your house because it was essential services.
Speaking of
and
which,
the biggest
Amazon
transfer of
have now
wealth
just
in
been-
history.
I think Amazon are now the 5th biggest company on the planet. I think they were worth something like $2 billion or something now. It was on the news the other week. They're now the 5th largest company on the planet. Figure that one out.
Well, after we get done with our actual news, our normal vape news stuff, we can discuss that if you're interested in it. I really enjoyed having that conversation, during Simon's stream. Getting into a little bit of politics. I know everybody doesn't want to get into politics. It's a third rail. No matter who you talk about, you're going to lose some viewership, whatever. I look at it like a comedian.
Yeah, but
it's my job,
but you've got to remember
being on social media, to diss all of them for their shortcomings.
But you've got to remember, it's these politicians that's going to implement all the rules on your vape, and so you've got to vote wisely, or question them, or call them out for what they are. So politics or no politics, these are the guys who've got the future of vaping in their hands. So you've got to question
I legit had to, apologize to everybody from the show, because it's like, you used to look at the United States as the model that everybody wanted to aspire to, right? Meanwhile, the best we can do for the next presidential candidate is two old guys. One's a habitual liar and the other one can't remember the truth, so he lies all the time too. Has to be escorted on and off the stage.
That was hilarious, that was funny.
That's the best thing we can do. Seriously? 330 million
It's
people,
very-
and these two old farts are the best thing you can throw forth for the people to vote on as the next president? Something wrong in this country.
And it's any politicians that want to speak the truth just get shut down. No, you're not fucking running. No, you're not running. Bye-bye.
And then the best part is, I was sitting there looking into UK politics. I'm like, it's got to be better over in the UK, right? It's got to be better in the UK. You got the Tories and the Labour and the Greens, and it's just like, what is that you have in your manifesto? What? That's what you want to accomplish. You have 60% of the country who can't suffer a $500 loss. It would be devastating to the family if they had a $500 loss that they had to pay for an emergency expense. It's a crisis, yet you're worried about all this other crap? What? People don't have housing. They can't afford the food. They can't afford to turn the heat on. They can't afford to turn the air conditioner on. And your prime minister is worried about whether he can afford Sky TV.
Yeah. Huh? It's not crazy.
I would love to take a trip to Europe. Go back to the motherland my parents were from.
Can I just show you something, right? Because you've heard of UK Via, haven't you, in the UK, where they're our
yes, sir,
our representatives of. They posted on Twitter this over 100 respondents, which included vapers, former smokers, policy experts, and representatives of vape and retail. Just 10% said they trusted Labour to eradicate the health harms of smoking. 9% put their faith in the Liberal Democrat, and just 1% believe the Tories. Basically, nobody who vapes has got any trust at all in any of these companies. And if I go down, it says, there you go. We already know that England's 2030 smoke-free ambitions are in tatters, with the Cancer Research UK estimating they won't be achieved nationally till at least 2039, with some of the most deprived regions not expecting to become smoke-free till 2050. So this is your politicians with your smoke-free Britain when they're trying to now attack the most successful way of quitting cigarettes. There you go. There's the people. That's what the people think of them all. Nobody trusts none of them. Absolutely none of them. They're the poor. Nobody will vote for them ever. Nobody wants to vote for them. Not a soul. Nobody trusts none of the politicians for the vape, for on the vape side of stuff, because they're going to attack it.
None of them are trusted about any of its stuff. And we actually talked about that on Simon's show. And we'll play a little clip from there. But, well, now that we got all the, niceties out of the way, if you want to call that niceties.
What? Niceties? What?
let's get the rain sweat really pouring. Let's jump into the news.
Let's rock and roll.
Ain't
rock
nothing
and roll.
to it but to get into it. Oh, here's the lovely aftermath of this new regulation, vape regulation in Australia. You're going to love it. Ready? Here's an actual script that was just dispensed. Are you ready for it? Mixology salt liquid, 100 milligram per milliliter nicotine, right? Dispensing 100 mils of it to a patient for their DIY purposes for this month. Okay? Maximum 1.2 milliliters daily. Okay? Paint entire body below the head with emulsion, liquid, lotion, etc. to mix the e-liquid to strength required. Maximum 50 milligrams per milliliter. Are you freaking kidding me? What could go wrong? Pippa's right. When a pharmacist dispenses nicotine, what could possibly go wrong? Look at the instructions. Just another example of why nicotine should be dispensed via licensed vape stores that are specialists in vaping. Yes, this is 100%
And at the bottom
real.
it's got for use with an improved vaporizer as part of reducing what? Regimen. I thought that spent semen or something for a minute.
As part of a reducing regimen. You know, your regimen to reduce your nicotine consumption. You already are.
What you doing? I can hear me again.
That's because I turned on the sounds for the Chrome.
Oh.
That's my bad.
Sorry.
Hold on. I'll fix that for you. Why is it whenever I talk you're hearing it? I don't know. System in, system out. I went on Simon's show, and this is what caused all these problems with us. I don't think it was just a Windows update. I really don't. But here was Savage Simon. You guys can check this out next week, Go watch this show next week when we're not live because I'll be on the boat. But you know me, I can't go on somebody else's show without still being an advocate. I take part, and I played in this P game. They do different letter of the alphabet every week, and everybody has to, like a show and tell, right, And they're like, oh, look, I brought pepperoni. Not me, man. I bought a peninsula. Looked like something else. And then I brought politics.
Terrible.
Check out this one. Here's a commercial to let you know about it.
I'll be quick.
I'll be quick.
I'll be quick, he's famous.
It looks like, what's his face? Lionel Richie.
ID, please.
All night long.
An idea to buy condoms now?
New legislation passed by Republicans in Congress after they voted against the Right to Contraception Act.
Get out of here.
All right, I'll make the rules. Will these be used with a spouse?
No.
Are you in a committed monogamous relationship?
We haven't really had the talk yet.
Is this heterosexual copulation?
Yes. Does that matter?
Do you like Taylor Swift?
I mean, her
Sorry.
Do you like Taylor Swift? In order to buy condoms as a man, you are not allowed to like Taylor Swift. Sorry, you don't qualify for
Do you still want to
the
buy
ability
the
to buy
rose?
condoms. You don't qualify for the ability to buy condoms. Would you still like to buy the rose for the girl?
I have to ask myself, did the Taylor Swift question be determined? Say no or yes? Because it can't be.
And then I wanted to talk about perspective and how perspective matters. Well, Australia's got a perspective problem. Let me just tell you.
Big style.
Australia has a big perspective problem. Vapers will be pushed into black market by vape sales ban, crime experts warn. Ain't no shit. Because what you didn't realize when you hear about, oh, well, they're legalizing it. They got rid of the prescription. We should be excited, right? You can go to a pharmacy and they even have like Geek Vape and they have Smock and they have Inikin stuff on the approved list. What they didn't tell you is you're only allowed tobacco, mint, and menthol flavored e-liquids. That's it. So let me get this straight, okay? There's 1.7 million vapers in Australia, right? 92% of them didn't bother to get a script. They told the government to kiss off because their law was ridiculous. So, do you think that they're going to, I don't know, go buy their e-liquid from the pharmacy that limits them to tobacco, mint, and menthol? Or do you think that maybe they're going to try and DIY it or buy it on the black market? Like they have been. Do you really think that black market's going to go away? It ain't going anywhere, man. Mallery Gates is right. Australia has a stupidity problem that is led by dumbasses in charge. Literally, professors in criminology are warning the government, warning the country, warning the people. Listen, what you're doing is not going to do what you think it's going to do. You think you're going to eliminate the black market by, offering these products in a pharmacy under a limited, situation. Ain't going to happen, man. 92% of the people are already buying it on the black market. There ain't no way you're going to stop this. You're only going to make the situation worse. As we already saw, having a pharmacist dispense vaping products that they know nothing about. And most of them hate it to begin with because of all the propaganda fear-mongering that's been going on there since the dawn of time. When they lumped vaping and cigarettes in the same boat. Professor of Criminology David Bright said that the situation was dynamic, but that the planned sales ban would drive more people to black market vapes. Well,
you don't need a professor to tell you that, though, do you? It's common sense that's going to tell you that, not a professor. You know what I mean? You don't need a professor to tell you that.
But once a professor does tell you that, you should go, man, maybe we shouldn't have implemented this. Maybe we need to come up with something better. And just like we talked about last week, now it's like, what are you going to do? Are you going to take and throw up the law book and say, all right, whoever this one lands closest to comes up with the next idea we'll try. It's plan C now, plan D. What are we on? Utterly preposterous.
It's getting worse.
Look in the description below, because one thing else that they, probably should have done, like, I don't know, like if they were going to plan like a new ordinance that every vehicle manufacturer now needs to take their vehicle after it comes off the assembly line and send it to a mechanic shop for an inspection for all the states that have vehicle inspections. Like, it's illegal for the automotive manufacturer or their designated dealer to inspect the car that they're selling. We need an independent analysis from another party. Don't you think it might be a good idea to, I don't know, consult with the representatives of these other parties that are now being mandated to do something? Not that I think any mechanic would turn down the job of inspecting a brand new car, but hey, whatever. But did they do that with the pharmacies in Australia? Did they talk to them before they planned this law and told them that, guess what, you're going to have to sell this stuff now? Of course not. What could go wrong? Major Australian pharmacies revolt over the new vape laws. We don't want it. You're going to make us look bad when this fails. Holy moly. What are we going to do now? Wait for this commercial to be over?
Agreed.
Click to unmute. No, I don't want to listen to the commercial. Would you? No.
With vapes, you'll recall the government made a big song and dance about banning vapes and only allowing their use under prescription from GPs, but in a huge capitulation to the pro-drug Greens in the Senate, the government's now dropped the GPs and will force pharmacists to offer them for sale without prescription. For more on this, I'm joined now by the president of the Pharmacy Guild Victoria, Anthony Tassoni. Anthony, welcome again. Yet again, we're talking about bad policy foisted upon your industry. What sort of consultation did you have with this move that was done last night regarding a deal with the Greens?
None, Peter. We were blindsided by this proposal and this secret deal between the Labor government and the Greens. We were reading detail of this arrangement they came to in a media release from the Greens party. We weren't consulted, we weren't asked our views, and we did not ask for this to happen in terms of supply of nicotine-containing vape products from community pharmacies without a prescription from the doctor. In fact, no.
Well, technically you do need to have a prescription from the doctor until October. And then you won't, because it's going to be over-the-counter regulated goods, which doesn't make any sense. How can it be regulated if it's over-the-counter? You're not checking it for safety. Matter of fact, you issued warnings telling people that this is going to be for sale and we're not going to check any of it. It's the opposite of what the FDA is doing. The FDA is taking the stance of there's no safe tobacco product, so you have to get a pre-market authorization to sell it in the United States. And we need to authorize it. And if we don't authorize it, it's banned. Well, that's a shadow prohibition. Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys have heard or have caught wind of it. Where is it? Come on, how many X's do I have open here?
Lots by the looks of it.
The Supreme Court agreed to hear certiorari of the Trident case. Well, it kind of makes sense because the 5th and the 11th Circuit have already ruled in favor of the manufacturers, and the other circuits ruled against it. So unless they wanted all the businesses to establish new LLCs in Texas or wherever the 11th Circuit is and open up shop there and then flood the FDA with a whole bunch of new applications, which would require them to, I don't know, take the same consideration as they did with the other case that was already won in there. The Supreme Court had to take this case, especially now that the Chevron difference has been settled. Reversed. Yes. That is a fantastic deal. You no longer take the word of the government regulators as how they interpret the laws. It's about how the judge interprets the law. So it makes perfect sense for you to go before the judge and say, excuse me, FDA says appropriate for the protection of public health is denying 27 million applications and only selling 27 products, of which make up 3 or 4 usable products, also by the same companies that are selling cigarettes now. And closing every single one of the independent manufacturers and local vape shops, they can safely make this because there's only 4 ingredients in it. We do it every week on the show. It's that simple.
Yeah.
So how is that appropriate for the protection of public health? Their interpretation of the law is wrong. And now the Supreme Court, basically, because they turned over Chevron, says that, well, before any judge from this point forward now needs to take and make their own interpretation of what the actual laws are in Congress. When Congress makes vague laws, well, any judge can interpret it any way they see fit. And they don't have to give credence to what the regulator says that interpretation is. And this all started because of a bunch of fishermen that were required to pay $800 a day to have some inspector verify that they were actually fishing in the right part of the ocean.
Yeah. Jesus.
Like, that was not in the law. Meanwhile, you know, the government agency said, yes, it is. You got to pay us. We'll provide you the inspector to make sure you actually catch legal fish. It's not enough to inspect it when it hits the shores. You have to actually have somebody working full time as part of the government agency. No, kiss off. Well, now the vape industry is going to have a complete upheaval once this goes down. Assuming it goes down the right way that you and I interpret appropriate for public health. 27 products is not appropriate for protection of public health in a nation of 330 million, of which 30 million are smoking and need to quit their habit because half of them are going to die. Hence the reason why there's 16 million people living with a tobacco-related illness in the country. Anyway.
Scary stuff, man.
Sure is. But we have some more carnage to deal with. Because
that is an appropriate word.
Because the tobacco in the shop fire bombings haven't stopped. Because who's in charge of them? They're not little mom and pops running a tobacco shop. It's organized crime that's running it. We talked about that before. They thought that Dr. Mendelsohn was crazy when he was testifying before the parliament over there, telling them, listen, I talked to a criminologist. The organized gangs are the ones that are in charge of the tobacco shops in this country. Yeah, not every single one. But that's not the point. The majority of them are run by criminal organizations because it's an easy way for them to make money. Have you seen the price of cigarettes in Australia? $60 a pack? Who else is going to pay $60 a pack? Unbelievable.
Oh, vaping Bick is in the room. Hi, Bick.
Hey, mate. Pleasure to have you here. I just saw you, the other day on Simon's show. So here we have, despite bans on disposable vapes, these products remain widely available, with police warning bikies are increasingly involved in their distribution. Biker dudes. So the Hells Angels are now selling vapes in Australia. It isn't just a Sinaloa cartel that's got in charge of, all the tobacco and vaping products now. It isn't just cocaine that they're selling. They're now selling chop, loose leaf tobacco, and harm reduction products, if that's what you want, because the government's too stupid to let, regular retailers sell this stuff. Bunch of prohibitionist nannies. Organized crime gangs are threatening shop owners who illegally sell vapes and nicotine pouches with violence and intimidation if they don't give them a cut of their profits. Boy, doesn't that sound exactly like Prohibition did in the United States when they banned alcohol? And the mafia grew into a massive enterprise? So Colonel Blanche revealed the classic mafia-style standover tactic being used in the massive black market for nicotine and related products. Never in my wildest dreams, and believe me, I had some pretty wild dreams because when I was doing my college classes, I had to take plenty of creative writing classes, and not once did I ever think nicotine would be a prohibited drug. With fanatical, war-mongering police tactics to confiscate it. Or mafia Or Sinaloa cartel being interested in selling cigarettes? Who comes up with this shit?
Crazy, isn't it?
Organized crime will take advantage of those small business owners and say, you're doing the wrong thing, so you can pay me half your profits. We're not turning you into the cops. You can either pay us or we'll burn down your store. And then when you file for bankruptcy, we'll open up a brand new tobacco shop in your same location. Except we'll be 100% owners then. Well, Border Force is going to crack down.
Good luck with that one.
Okay. How much fentanyl did you stop at the border last year? Huh? How much cocaine? How much heroin?
Nothing.
Look, go talk to all the professors. What percentage of it do you think you are actually capturing with your inspections? Is it even worth talking about? Rollo-carbon. Roll your own.
Cigarettes.
Go buy Chop Chop.
Holy moly.
I think we've made enough fun of Australia. What do you say, mate?
Well, you know.
Now it's time to make fun of the United States.
Ooh.
California recalls cannabis vape many months after it was told of contamination. Because we're so worried about people's health, we'll get around to it. When we get notified that there's something harmful in these things that we've legalized for sale in this country, well, in this beautiful land of California, it could be a country. And you take a look at how much money actually goes in and out of the state. But do they really care about people's health when they wait months to recall something after been given formal notification that, oh, sorry, the weed oil has pesticides in it? Why kill so many of the people that use it? Oh, well, let's recall it. A couple of months after we found out about how bad it was for people. So here you go, man.
Okay, now.
Backpack boys.
Holy moly.
Look at all those contaminants that are in there. All those pesticides.
Shit.
26 pages worth. We're not a weed smoking channel, so I'm not going to actually go into it, but I just think it's comical. You know, the government could actually regulate nicotine vaping products by just putting out a list of what you're allowed to put in there and what you're not allowed to put in there, and then randomly testing different ones to make sure that there was nothing bad in it, right? That would be appropriate for the protection of public health. But no, we're not going to do that. We're going to prohibit everything so there's no safety requirements whatsoever. Have a nice day. The West Coast Cure is California's fourth top-selling cannabis brand. Its parent company, Shield Management Corp. Everything's a bunch of shell corporations nowadays. This year was fined $3.2 million by California regulators after a surprise inspection found it had failed to guard against product tampering, such as storing cannabis products in parking lot containers without video surveillance. Oh, so some sick bastard could go into this parking lot in the middle of the night and dump a bunch of, I don't even know what you would put in these things. Mess it all up, and then the shit doesn't even get tested before it gets packaged and shipped out. How is this a safe supply? They're supposed to legalize it to make a safe supply, and look at it. We just leave the shit in the parking lot overnight. No cameras. Nobody's going to come here and mess with our stuff. We didn't piss anybody off when we opened up shop here. Seriously?
Was anybody become ill or practically died with it yet, or they're still investigating it? Or?
We don't want to bash vaping. Nicotine vaping bad, cannabis vaping good. We don't want to give cannabis vaping a bad name. Only nicotine vaping gets a bad name because Bloomberg gives us money. but it did make Newsweek. California cannabis recall issued over pesticide contamination. Boy, isn't it amazing when you read different articles from different sources and they have a different take on the exact same story? California's Department of Cannabis Control has issued a recall after some THC oil vape cartridges sold in the state were found to contain dangerous levels of the pesticide chlorphenapryr. Chlorphenapryr? I don't even know how you would pronounce that. The recall directive comes after an investigation by the Los Angeles Times. Wait a minute. So it wasn't even the regulators that found it. It was a newspaper investigative journalist doing a story that said, all right, they said this shit's pretty safe. That don't feel good.
Holy shit.
Hey, man, Mr. Producer of the news, could you send this out and get it tested so we know what's actually in this stuff that they say is actually good for us to, breathe in rather than lighting it on fire and breathing it in? Right? Oh, shit. It's got some pesticides in it. That's not good for you to breathe in.
Hello.
So it has to be called out. Wow. Our regulators in the United States are so efficient and so meticulous about, protecting public health that an investigative journalist needs to do an independent lab review to find out that the weed carts are all tainted with pesticides. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. The state agency, which is a part of the California Department of Consumer Affairs, recommends anybody experiencing symptoms or any adverse reactions to immediately contact their physician. It directs anyone in possession of an affected product to dispose of it or return it to the retailer for disposal. Sorry about the money you're out. That's just the cost of, wanting to smoke weed when it hasn't been federally legalized. So you have no consumer protections, except what we say you do. And then even then, we don't really do anything to test it. It has to be the newspaper that calls us out for not doing our job.
That's it. Rock on. We'll let somebody else do
This
it.
makes a lot of sense.
Well, we'll probably kill a few people on the way, but what the hell?
Just like Michigan. We love our lovely governor of Michigan. Despises nicotine vaping, right? But cannabis, okay, no problem, right? As long as we ban coconut oil from weed vapes. So we're not using vitamin E acetate anymore. We're now going to use coconut oil to thin that shit down so we can make more money ripping people off. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, subscribe? No. I'm not subscribing to your ridiculous newspaper because of one headline that caught my attention. Sorry for your luck. Meanwhile, the truthful information we talk about week after week after week is nowhere to be found anywhere except on New Zealand's health minister's website. Nicotine vaping can help you quit smoking. Don't start if you don't smoke. The facts of vaping are available for the consumer to find out about. And once again, I'm going to throw a little plug in here for Dr. Mendelssohn's book because it's now free. You don't have to spend $10 of your own money to buy it. You can just download it for free. Stop smoking, start vaping. Have a nice day. ANDC, hello and welcome. Matt Graham, hello and welcome. Vaping Snowman, hello and welcome. Vaping Bick. Safir Jamil. Dusty Country Road. Ooh. Neil Pitts. Rated R Louie. William Dobson. Yes, I did get your hand check for this week. Pam Spraggins. Mrs. Hunky Vape. All right. Time to move on. It's time for some vape science. And just like, I had done earlier, we have our new segment.
Oh
my God! Everybody stop vaping!
Oh, stop vaping! Why? Why, Clive? Huh? Why does everybody need to stop vaping?
Science is shaped to get alarmist headlines. Aha, look at this headline. Oh my God! Everybody stop vaping! The papers are written in such a way that that outcome in the press is predictable. At the beginning, the scientific paper, there'll be a bunch of caveats that say,
Love it, mate.
No,
You
no,
see
no,
what
the
he did? He's
headline
been
that
a
we've
busy fella,
presented
hasn't
you
he?
with isn't actually true.
Oh, the headline you
always.
put on the scientific paper isn't actually true. Well, I don't like showing those kind of scientific papers. I like showing scientific papers where the headline is actually what the paper's written about. And, well, I would love to do that, but see, we have to call out all the bullshit. Like in Australia. And how the ends do not justify the means. Here we have a tobacco control professor slamming Australian vaping policy. A leading tobacco control expert from the University College London has taken aim at Australia's new ridiculous regulations passed on the Senate last week, which limit the sales of vaping products to pharmacies only. Right? How preposterous is it when even the tobacco control professors call out your idea is world leading being total crap? Huh? Link in the description to check it out for yourself.
Jesus Christ. It's getting scary, mate, honestly.
Here's some real science for you, though. Assessing the association between electronic cigarette use and cardiovascular disease. Because Stanton Glantz would like you to believe that, oh my God, it's so horrible, vaping. It'll kill you. You'll get a heart attack before you even start vaping. And we count that in our study. Sure, makes sense. Well, this one didn't. And can you guess what they found? Shocking. The conclusion states that dual use and combustible cigarettes were significantly associated with cardiovascular disease, but results failed to show significant association between just vaping and cardiovascular disease. So for all those people we tell them, don't start vaping, guess what? The scaremongering stories are lies. Because if they do start vaping and they never touch a cigarette in their entire life, they won't have a higher risk of getting a heart attack just because they started vaping. Stanton Glantz would never tell you that. He'd never admit to that. Utterly preposterous.
Of course he wouldn't.
There's that one. And I need to bring this one up constantly. Matter of fact, I just tweeted on an FDA post that said that, all these smokers in our country are getting COPD. Well, maybe if you were to authorize some vaping products that people would like, COPD could go into history books. You wouldn't need it anymore. Because when people that have COPD quit smoking cigarettes and start vaping, well, you reverse the disease caused by cigarette smoking.
Everybody stop vaping!
Yeah, that's what the headline keeps telling us to do. It's crazy. And once in a while, you get the truth out there. And you do get somebody that has the courage to stand up against their comrades and tell it the way it is. Sharon Cox is a hero in my book.
Science is shaped to get alarmist headlines. Aha, look at this headline. Oh my God! Everybody stop vaping! The papers are written in such a way that that outcome in the press is predictable. At the beginning, the scientific paper, there'll be a bunch of caveats that say, no, the headline that we presented you with isn't actually true.
That's why I love when scientific papers put out titles like this. It just tells you, what did we study? It doesn't give you any warnings or anything like that. It just simply says, COPD smokers who switch to electronic cigarettes, what are their health outcomes after a 5-year follow-up? Oh, wow. That would drive people that normally aren't into science to go, oh, that'd be interesting to read. That's what I'll be doing next week, man.
Carnival Sunshine. There you go. Look, he's even been checking out his boat. Look at that. Hey.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that because
So
I
envious.
came across something we haven't visited in a long time. Another hero of mine got an article published in Sig Magazine. Young people and e-cigarettes. Alarmism caused by research errors? Nah, that can't be true.
Really?
Does
No
all this
way.
teen vaping epidemic fall back to a bunch of bullshit? A bunch of scientific studies where they were done completely wrong? And maybe we could take the next step and say they were completely done wrong in order to get those alarming headlines. Oh my God! Everybody stop vaping! Oh, the kids are doing it now. Are they really? Nope. Not really.
Well, I beg to differ.
So I'm going to drop this one in the chat. If anybody wants to check it out, because it's not in the description. But
wow.
Here's the guy I was telling you about, Gary Stevenson. We're only a half hour in the news. I blew through that whole thing real quick, so we got some time. Have you heard of Gary Stevenson?
I haven't known.
He's got a channel. I'm going to bring up my history. Oh, look at all this stuff. No, that's not the history I wanted. Oh, my YouTube history. You see all the crap I've been watching. This guy talking about your election, right?
If you are within 20 years of retirement.
If you're within 20 years of retirement, I feel so happy for you and so depressed for you at the same time. Because COVID ruined the economy, so you're not going to end up with the retirement savings you thought you were going to have. Sorry for your luck. And those of us that are way younger than that, forget it. There ain't no retirement. You're going to work until the day you die.
Exactly.
You know, is he in politics? So Rupert Murdoch, for people who you don't know, he's a very, very, very wealthy Australian who owns a lot of newspapers and a lot of TV channels here in the UK, also in Australia, I think in the US as well, all across the world. And he basically tries to convince people to hate foreigners and not tax rich people, and it's something he's been very successful at.
And he's not the only one doing it. There's a lot of other people out there. Murdoch, Koch, the Koch brothers, however you want to pronounce their name. There's a list of them, right? Trillionaires, not just billionaires, not just millionaires, trillionaires. They literally have that much assets and wealth spread across the world, right? And they hide behind a bunch of loans that they own to some corporations of theirs. So they're making money on the money that they're making money on the money they're making money on. And they're shipped overseas in bank accounts that don't get taxed. And they don't pay tax. You
they're all
pay more
tax
tax.
evading.
I pay more
Every one
tax
of
than they do.
Yeah.
But they do spend a lot of money on propaganda to get you to think it's stupid to increase taxes on the rich. Anyway, you can go check out Gary's Economics if you want to find out about this guy. He wrote a book about the whole situation and teaches people, you know, how they can make their own money and how they can actually have a fortune to leave for their kids. You know, what does it take? It's not the things you think it does. And yeah, you got to be willing to take some risks in order to get some wealth. But him getting rich and growing up in a neighborhood of immigrants surrounded by Pakistanis has given him a very unique perspective on the world, right? Like we try and help the smokers out there to find a path to a healthier lifestyle like we did. Well, he does the same thing from a financial perspective. And he gets people to understand economics that could be very complicated and use a bunch of formulas and shit like that.
Yeah.
And he made a bunch of money because he knew the formulas and knew society better than most other people did, and realized that the formulas don't take into consideration the disparity of income between the rich and the poor, and how the poor think when they have money and how the poor think when they have money. And the poor only worry about, am I going to be able to keep the lights on? Am I going to be able to keep feeding myself and getting to and from work? That's our only priorities in life. Maybe once a year, squeeze in a holiday. Right?
Definitely.
Meanwhile, that's never a concern for any of the people that are well-to-do. And if you think you make $250,000 a year, you're well-to-do, I'm sorry to tell you, burst your bubble, you ain't got shit. That's not the people we're talking about. We're talking about the people that's got more than $10 million of income every year.
By a long way now.
Anyway, he did a wonderful explanation about during COVID lockdowns, how these people got rich, because they never once flinched about having to pay for basic needs. The government spent all of its money to make sure everybody had basic needs. But these people are the people that were collecting the rents, collecting the money that was made on the food that you bought, collecting the money on every essential need that you purchased. So your money went to the rich. And the rich, because everything was shut down, didn't spend a frickin' thing the whole time the place was locked down. So not only did they get rich by all of your payments that you continued to make during the lockdown, they didn't spend any money during the lockdown. So no wonder there's ultra rich now. There's a massive shift of wealth from the middle class to the upper class.
Well, they're making money out of everybody else's, they're making money out of everybody else's downfalls. I mean, the banking crash, Rishi Sunak made, our current Prime Minister made millions during the banking crash. He made a fortune during that because he was just preying on everybody's downfall. But, he made billions out of it. Absolute billions.
Yeah. It's a sad state of affairs we live in, man.
Around. Yeah.
But the only way that we're going to get out of this situation is for them to pay their fair share. They need to pay a tax, and they won't notice it if they have to pay it. That's the part that irritates me the most. If you're making $10 million a year, would you notice if one of those millions weren't there? No. How would you notice it?
I think what I think like that with tax paying with the US companies operating in the UK, like the Amazons and all that. But because the head office was in a different country, they weren't paying the correct amount of tax. So the government said, fuck that, yes, we'll pay the right amount of tax. Load of shit, man. All bollocks.
Yep. And the other part that I thought was kind of funny, we haven't talked about this one ever, is that Amazon is spreading all over the world, right? You got Amazon in the UK, there's Amazon in Australia, there's Amazon here in the States, Amazon in Germany. Well, let me tell you, they had some massive growing pains to deal with the fact that, they're so accustomed to the way that the United States does things and Australia does things and the UK does things. When they walked into Germany and Germany had worker protection laws on the books that they had to honor, their whole model of business had to be completely remade. They couldn't abuse the Amazon drivers the way they were. They couldn't subcontract to a subcontractor that they actually own as a shell corporation of its own entity to justify not paying people a living wage. So when they went into Germany and started Amazon in Germany, the law says your employees must be paid a fair wage, must be given severance pay if you fire them early, must be given time off in case the family has a baby. All the universal protections that we used to have when we were young and first got started working, that are all gone now. And I don't care where you look. There are no benefits.
Of course there isn't. They're making you work harder, longer, or less. That's pretty much the way it's going.
So you're forced to get a second job or a third job to make ends meet.
Yeah. Oh,
It
shit.
doesn't need to be like that.
Fucking the economy is totally fucked, man. The whole world is
It's
totally
not about
fucked.
socialism or communism or any of that other stuff. It's about getting people that are well-to-do to pay their fair share. It looks good on paper. Oh my God, they're paying 46% of their wages every year. That looks good. What's the actual amount that they pay when they file their taxes? Nothing. And then once you factor in all the subsidies they get because they're building this or building this in this, economic area, and they don't have to pay taxes on it for 10 years. That was part of the agreement of getting that building built. These people are just making money. They're not paying anything.
Have you not seen what's going on in France? Touching on politics again. Hoo-hoo! Far right are going to be getting in to run that country. The far right.
The far right are going to be getting in. And did you see all of the women going around topless mopping? Protesting?
Holy shit. Yeah. But President Macron, or they call him, are just being humiliated on the vote. They've just wiped the floor of them. Oh, right now. Oh, that's going to be fun. Oh, hell.
And that's
Holy
something
shit.
that this guy, Gary's Economics, predicted. He's like, listen, the whole election's going on right now in the UK, and there will be change. Rishi Sunak will be gone. We will go back to the Labour Party. They're not going to have a fix for anything because they're not actually trying to fix the root cause of the problem. People
Also
don't
not.
have housing. People can't afford their food. People can't afford their groceries. They're debating, do we put fuel in the car? Or do we put food on the table this week? What are we going to spend our money on? Because we don't have enough for everything. Are they planning on fixing any of
The
that?
thing is, normally after a general election, if there is a new government come in, it takes the best part of half of that term to try and mop up the shit the previous government done. So nothing's going to fucking change anyway for the next couple of years.
Here's a
If
question. Do
anything,
you
make
guys
it
have
worse.
this problem over in the UK? Here in the States, politicians will enact laws and they won't go into effect until after the next election cycle. So like Trump passed a bunch of taxes and tariffs on China, right? And it made all the news and headlines, but nobody saw any price increases because it didn't actually go into effect until after he left office. Politicians have been doing this my entire life. They'll pass laws that they know are going to have bad outcomes for the general populace, so they won't make it go into effect until the new guy takes office. Or they're there on their second term, in which case he's there. Who cares?
To do something similar before the election, because if there's any laws, policies, or anything that are outstanding to go through or are waiting to go through before the election, all the party leaders get together to see if they want these laws. But that's what they did with the vape ban and disposables. Theoretically, that shouldn't have come in until the new government. But they all had the little tidy up before the elections where, well, no, we'll go ahead with they all agreed to go ahead with whatever, policies, bills, whatever's floating about. Some get kicked out till after the election, some they'll push forward. And that's what they did with the disposables. They said, we'll keep with that one, and they push that one forward. So they have that kind of meeting thing, to mop up all the outstanding crap before they start the elections. And then obviously any other outstanding stuff that they can't agree on will get sorted out when the new government comes in. If they choose to enact them or pass them or whatever, or put them back into the House of Commons, wherever, but I have that little session where they get all these bills and say, we're going to put them through, we're going to wait till after putting, and then say, we'll put that one through now. Hence what they do with the vape and disposables, you know what I mean?
Like Trump did with Tobacco 21.
Yeah.
He was so naive to think that, this complex problem that has been, plaguing the country for so long would be able to be settled at one meeting in the White House. And it got to the point during the meeting that it was just like, okay, the meeting's over. I'm going to think about this for a while and I'll come up with a proposal, and that's what we're going to move forward with. And that's what he did. He came out with Tobacco 21 that banned all flavored pods, right? So that's the reason we all are sitting here crying the blues about how disposables are ruining the whole vaping sphere. Because he banned flavored pods. The only exception being if the FDA were to authorize a product, well, then it's okay. Otherwise, they're all banned. You had a market that just all of a sudden went poof. So the industry said, we got a solution. It's not a pod if it's part of the whole thing. So they started making them and started selling them, and people loved them, and they keep improving them month after month after month. 5,000 puff, 10,000 puff, 15,000 puff, 30,000 puffs.
At the end of the day, these companies are like, they're kind of one step ahead, because whatever the governments or powers that be enforce, they find a loophole. For example, one of them. You know, that is a 2,400 puff. If that was a single 2,400 puff device, it would be illegal. But it's got 4 pods in. And all these 4 pods have got 600 puffs in, which is the legal amount in the UK at this moment in time. So there's going to be loopholes, like disposable mods. Put a USB charger on. It's no longer a one-use device. You can charge it. There's all these little loopholes that they're sneaking in, that these governments, when they pass these stupid rules, don't think about. Look at cigarettes. When they banned menthol cigarettes, less than a month, you can get these cards you stick in a pack of cigarettes that turn them menthol. You've got drops you can put on your cigarettes that give you menthol. And they're all classed as accessories, so they're not tobacco. There's just
and then the funny part
everywhere.
is, you guys ban that, and they come out with these little crushed menthol balls that you can put into your cigarette, right? So what did the cigarette manufacturers go? They're like, holy shit, that's a great fucking idea. Why don't we sell cigarettes that already have that in there? And that's when they came out with the Camel Crushes, where you were able to crush the end of the filter because there was a little menthol ball in there, and it wasn't activated until you crushed that plastic ball.
So you had a choice. You could have the normal cigarette, or you could just squash it and have a menthol cigarette. Fucking brilliant. But there's loopholes they're always finding ways around it, because the laws they're passing are so fault, and there's so many ways of getting around them instead of them just saying, right, we're doing that. They're just fucking up, man. Honestly, it's crazy.
And the problem is social media hasn't learned that lesson yet. They're doing the same thing. Social media was put out there, and the whole idea was, there was even a Netflix series that was done about it, about the people that created all these social media platforms and how they purposely wrote the algorithms to feed off of what emotionally reacts in people's minds, and to constantly give them that emotional trigger to get them to go and keep staying on the platform. It literally went from when you first created social media platforms, like Facebook first came out, it was all about being able to connect with your friends and your family. How wonderful it is to be able to connect with your friends and family when you have relatives that live on the other side of the fucking planet, right? You never heard from them, but now you could keep up on what they're doing week after week. Oh, look, Jimmy graduated kindergarten. Look at his pictures. Oh my God, he's getting so big. Last time I saw him, he was a baby. And they transformed it into this horrendous monster it is today, where it's constantly sexually gratuitous content that's meant to keep you focused on the platform that half a millisecond longer, so they can show you one more freaking ad that they can make a half a cent on.
Exactly. And then the sense of the stuff that's good for you. Work that one out.
Yeah. That's the other part that
sense
really
of the stuff to
drives
give
me
you a
insane.
healthier lifestyle, the sense of a healthier lifestyle, the sense of a healthier option than smoking, but the center it. No, but I bet
And Kenny gets proven right once again. It's population control. You can't tell me all the things that they're doing that are known to cause harm, they're allowed to get away with it and keep doing it. Where's the truth? If it wasn't for Elon Musk taking Twitter, as much as he is legally allowed to, and pulling it out of the censorship regime, where the fuck would we be at today?
I mean, Rumble's kind of the same as well. Their censorship's a bit, they haven't got that much censorship, but hence, all these outspoken conspiracy guys.
But they're also having problems as well. They're having problems trying to grow as fast as people want to find a free speech platform. You should be able to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah.
What happens, common
Some things-
mannerisms and, respecting people for who they are.
It's going to be suppressed by the powers that be, even just for the people who are on it, who are, my example here in the UK is Russell Brand. Your example in America might be Tucker. They're all getting suppressed by the power, no matter what platform they go on. They're getting suppressed by the powers that be. You know what I mean?
How did you like that speech that he gave in Australia? He was in the hotel room. In his first morning there, how it's such a beautiful country. He just talked about how wonderful it is. He's traveled to all different places around the globe and how such an amazing, beautiful country Australia has.
Yeah.
And they're doing shit about something that's killing people, but attacking nicotine, which, by the way, is a neuro enhancer that doesn't actually kill anybody if you divorce it from combustion. But you're attacking that and letting people die of fentanyl and all this other new analogs that are coming out in the opioids because your war on drugs is a total failure. And you won't ever admit to it.
You're right. Exactly.
Because all the lawyers and the politicians and the police are going to lose their jobs if you did away with the war on drugs.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
And then maybe the population would actually grow. But now it's not going to grow because people can't afford basic food and clothing and shelter for themselves. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, fundamental, psychology lesson there for you. If you can't afford your basic food and shelter, kids ain't on the list.
Basically, they're going back to Victorian times. They're punishing you for being poor. They're punishing you for not being educated. They're punishing you for
literally.
Not
Yes.
inside. Going back to old
It's
times.
atrocious. Utterly atrocious. Dion78, hello and welcome.
Hello, Dion.
I could go on and on about that stuff, and it's just like there's so much to talk about, but it's like
it's never ending, man.
And the one thing that guy taught me, that Gary's Economics taught me, is like, listen, he has been on a crusade ever since he wrote that first book and ever since he made the money and realized that he was making money on the fact that there's such a disparity between the rich and the poor that the poor can't make ends meet. That's how he made his money, is betting on the fact that the poor are going to keep getting poorer and the rich are going to keep getting richer. And he felt bad about that. So his crusade is now to try and even the books a little bit so that the rich aren't hoarding all their money while the poor are dying of starvation or freezing to death on the streets in the winter or dying of dehydration in the summer because they don't have a cool home to jump into and water to drink.
It was the thing I watched with that Jonathan Byers. He said more homeless people die of dehydration because they haven't got access to clean drinking water. That's a fundamental human right, and they're getting punished for it. Really? Wow.
So here's my question: do you think Flint, Michigan, with their lead in the water system, has actually made all the water pipes safe in the city?
Hell no. Hell no.
No, but they're plenty worried about people having a nicotine vape or a nicotine pouch. That Zine is the next thing that they're attacking like crazy.
Fucking hell.
Well, it's horrible for you to breathe it in. Okay, well, let's just put it on a little wood pulp pouch and put a couple drops of that nicotine on there. Let people put it in their mouth. No spitting necessary. They're not breathing it in. It's just nicotine being absorbed in their body. Kind of like if you were to go to the store and buy the gum or the sprays or the patches made by the pharmaceutical companies, but everybody's got such disdain for big pharma nowadays, that'll be the last fucking thing they'll do. They'll make their own shit, grow their own tobacco in their backyard, squeeze the plant to get whatever drop out of it they can, and put that in their mouth before they'll buy a big pharma product.
Yes, we do have the same problem in the UK with our water supplies as well. I think there was a southern county not so long ago where they were advised not to drink the tap water. They all got supplied with bottled water. So the water companies are fucking up now in all big style. They've been dumping illegal sewage. They've been hiding sewage waste, illegal sewage waste into our rivers, everything, man. It's unbelievable, man. All because everything, just about every industry or major business or whatever is now privatized, and all the privatized companies want to do is make profit. Where real networks are falling apart. They're still in Victoria. They were built in Victorian times, and they're being modernized for modern trains. That it's getting bled to death, but they're making millions out of it. They're not investing anything back in it. It's privatization all over.
It's the same here in the States, man. They took a highway and they needed to do major upgrades to the highway. So what did they do? They turned it into a turnpike, right? You had to pay a toll to drive on this road. And the toll was going to pay to have the road completely built up. But once it was paid for, like bridges, Washington Bridge in New York going to across the river, whatever, there was a toll road and they were supposed to pay for the building of that bridge. Once the bridge was paid for, the toll booths were supposed to come down, and it was supposed to be a public road like any other road. But the toll booths never come down. Matter of fact, the state decided to do a cash grab and sold the bridge to a private corporation to keep charging you to drive across that road that's no longer public.
Exactly. Oh shit, man.
That's why Pennsylvania has the most expensive turnpike in the entire nation. It costs twice per mile what it does to drive as it does in Ohio.
Wow.
And actually, they've raised the price again, another 30%, so it's even more expensive now.
I like that. Good old Mallery. There you go. Jesus Christ. It's getting worse, man. I think all the years of all these private companies profiteering from all our major industries, the same, water companies, power companies, all private. Now it's all starting to come up and biting up the arse because all the systems are now crumbling. The water industries are crumbling. All the pipes are ruined. All this is ruined. Real networks are crumbling. It's all coming to catch up with them now where they haven't reinvested in the businesses. It's
and what makes it worse is the countries that have had to rein in their finances, like the UK, has been living under austerity for a decade. That's why your NHS is suffering right now. There aren't enough doctors and nurses to go around because they've made constant cutbacks. Cut back here, cut back there, cut back there. You wonder why it takes you 6 months to go get an appointment, unless you want to do telemedicine, where they don't actually test anything. They just talk to you and give you, something to get on your way. They've been living under austerity. Meanwhile, the rich have fought every little tax thing they can. And they just keep getting breaks and breaks and breaks. That you and I, we get a tax break, but we don't even feel the difference because inflation has gone up 3 times the difference that we got in the tax break.
Exactly. You think about it, right? You have all these multi-billionaires, right? That's got billions and billions, right? If you took several billion off that income and put it into the public purse, there'd be fucking all sorts of problems sorted out. And they wouldn't be no worse off because they'll make $1 billion the next day off the interest of the money they've got already there. You know what I mean?
And the thing is, like this Gary Economics says, he's like, I'm not about making government bigger. I'm talking about fixing the holes in government that already exist because these fuckers haven't been paying their fair share for well over multiple decades.
Exactly.
They get a little addition added to legislation that adds a new loophole, so another 50 of them don't ever have to pay taxes again. They're making, hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and they're the ones that need the tax break?
It was the same when they brought all these transparency fucking rules out about your MPs now. And you realise, when they're claiming expenses for houses and shit that they don't live in. And there was one, I think it was one MP, was a famous story. He actually claimed an expense to get the moat around his property cleaned. He claimed taxpayers' money to get that cleaned. They're fucking screwing us, man. They're absolutely screwing the system.
Meanwhile, if you would have took that money and put it into the NHS, you could hire another 50 doctors full-time, for the whole year, and another 100 nurses.
Yep.
And if there aren't enough of them qualified in the country, you could send people to school and train them as long as they agreed to work for the NHS for 10 years. And their schooling will be free.
A lot of industries here. There's a lot of like industries now that are shortages. I mean, we've got shortages of truck drivers and all this kind of stuff. And you thought, well, why don't you invest in your people that live here? Why don't you invest in your citizens and train them, get them out there and get them working, instead of hiring somebody from abroad and paying them bloody peanuts to do the same job? That's where it is, man. You're getting I'm not knocking immigration as such, but that's what they're doing. They're getting cheap labour in from abroad. Simple, paying them peanuts to do the same job. They don't want to pay the wages, man.
You got to go watch his video about immigration, his explanation of it. And yes, it needs to be controlled, not be the free-for-all it is now. But that's not the actual root cause of the problem. That's just another distraction from the uber rich pointing the finger at somebody to hate, so you don't actually realize that the only reason there's a fucking problem in the first place is because these guys aren't getting paid a living wage. And the reason they're not getting paid a living wage is because the company owner is making billions of dollars a year by not paying the workers a fair wage.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's like I see it. Like I've always said, right, immigration, right? You're getting a lot of it, obviously, with all the conflicts and shit that's going on in the world at the moment, right? But I'm saying, okay, then they want to fight a war, bill them. Make them pay the cost for an immigrant living in another country. Let them pay the cost, not our taxpayers. Let the country that's causing the problem pay the cost. See what happens then. It'll never happen, but you know what I mean. Put the financial
Pitts brings
bill
up
on
a
them.
good point. He says, like, I saw some jails and prisons letting prisoners vape. It's a special little disposable, the authorities at the prison said, that helps keep the prisoners calm. Yes. And you know, the only reason that those prisons are selling it, because the private industrial prison complex that we have in this country and across the globe, it's becoming an issue now, are making money on the prisoners vaping. They're buying these vapes, these little specialty vapes that are made of disposable things that they can't use as shivs to, you know, knife the other prisoners. Yeah. First off, they're giving them the nicotine to let them calm their ass down, right? And the prisoners are being sold these things for like $20 a piece, and the prison's only paying $5 for them. So the prison's actually making money on the prisoners they wouldn't have made.
Oh yeah, that's true. But there you go. There's that William Dobson just touched on something there. That's how much it costs in the UK a month to put immigrants up in hotels. 50 million a month.
Yep.
That a month. 50 million a month would eradicate homelessness in the UK. Gone. If you put 50 million a month into it. But no, we're paying for fucking that shit. Really? Got the priorities all wrong, man.
Trump did the same thing here. You know, when you go to ship these people that are illegally crossing the border into here, and, well, the other, like New York, they're putting them up in hotels, right? And they're good for 30 days, and they have to write a waiver or whatever, get reauthorized for another 30 days. Once they do get immigrated or sent back to their country, their plane tickets paid for. Sent completely free over there. Taxpayer dollars. Meanwhile, the United States has 800 military bases spread over the entire world. 800 military bases, and yet we can't keep 1,900 miles of our southern border secure. Tell me that's not intentional.
The terrorists will have a... I mean, well, we found your weak spot, mate.
If you took those 800 bases, closed down half of them, right? You put 400 bases across the southern border. They could see each other. That's how close they would be. They could hold up, set up binoculars up, and see the guard on the tower at the next base.
Yeah.
It's not a priority.
That's weird.
It's not a priority because the immigration is actually caused by the United States government overthrowing governments down South America. It's all these CIA operatives that are going down there and overthrowing the government and causing such horrendous conditions that their only hope is to travel hundreds of miles, thousands of miles to get to the United States so they can get a fresh start in a place that there is no daily war. And then they brought into the sex trade. You even brought it up. How many kids are brought into the sex trade that come across the border illegally?
But I think that interview that Trump done with that doctor, what do you call him? He says there's
Dr.
80
Phil.
million children. Yeah, 80 million children missing. 80 million missing. How the fuck does that happen? 80
I watched
million.
that one after the conversation that you
bigger
guys
than
had
the
the other day. I watched
It's
that
almost
interview
bigger
with
than the
Dr. Phil
Ukraine
and
is.
Trump.
Yeah.
And then,
Wow.
naturally, YouTube algorithm suggested I watch, oh, well, if you like Dr. Phil, you should see his interview with Robert F. Kennedy. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'm sitting here editing a video. I'll watch that too. I watched that one too, and I'm like, my eyes opened up to 10 times more things under that interview than it did under Trump's interview with Dr. Phil. And the funny part about it is, and the reason why I actually enjoyed it is because Dr. Phil isn't one of those interviewers that are trying to get the person being interviewed to look bad. He objectively looks at this person and says, listen, I want to try and help you out. And here's what I think your problem is. You got an image problem. People don't fucking believe you. And this is why. Explain these whys so people my age can go, oh, shit, that makes sense. Oh, now I know why you said that. Why isn't other people saying it?
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, when he touched on that, when Trump was in power, the economy and everything was better than what it is now with the Biden government. I watched this. There was this guy. I don't know. It was a clip, but it was this black guy, and he was like for Trump and all that. And he says, this man gets this shit. This gives me American accent. He says, he ain't no politician, businessman, but he got this shit out. He said, when I was in, it's hard money in my pocket and all this shit. I was fucking Chris laughing. But in a sense, he was truthful in a sense, but yeah, you didn't have.
A lot of that also has to do with the fact that if you have your leader and they inspire people to do better, or they give confidence in the people that if they put effort into something, they will achieve something valuable for their time and effort, the country as a whole will be more productive and will achieve things that are not possible using standard calculations of how, to measure economics of a country to see whether it's prosperous or not. That happens simply because of the belief. And when somebody actually provides hope to the populace, those people will work twice as hard because they believe when they get done doing all this work, they will have achieved something they couldn't have done if some other schmuck was in charge.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, I'm sorry to shit on your parade, but I think Trump will be next president, the way it's going at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact there's going to be a shakeup. I can't see Biden staying on the ticket as the Democratic nominee. There's no way.
No.
People have noticed it for a long time that this guy has got some decreased mental faculties, and you know that he's just a puppet. The curtain's been open, and it's like, okay, who's the one pulling his strings? Who's the one, who's really in charge here?
Did you actually, did you see the live debate they had between them? Biden was slurring off his sentences. He got lost. He started talking, and then he just forgot what he was talking about. And I think even Trump commented and said, well, I didn't hear what he says because he just slurred his last sentence, And then it showed you a clip at the end when they finished the actual debate. Trump left and it showed you this woman leading him down.
His wife was leading him off the steps, off the stage. Yeah.
What the fuck? Come on, really? And now he's going through possible impeachment anyway with all his fucking sons dodgy dealing. So
that's because both the Democrats and the Republicans have been at each other's throats. There's 80% of the issues in this country that we all agree on that they could solve but they keep us focused on all the things that divide us to not notice the fact that these fuckers aren't doing anything except getting rich while in office.
Exactly. It's crazy. You just kind of get your head round it half the time. You're just like, what the fuck?
There's so much hypocrisy there. It's like, where do you even get started at it?
The plan was with Biden. I still stand by this plan. The plan was with Biden when he got president, right? Was the vice president was hoping he'd pop his cloak so she could get the job.
Yeah, but have you seen her approval numbers? They're worse than everybody else's.
Exactly.
The country hates her more than anybody else.
Nah. What the hell? Honestly.
They were talking about putting Gavin Newsom in somehow. You know, have the Electoral College pick him instead of the other. I'm like, who the fuck wants him? He's even worse than Kamala.
We heard a rumor of Obama's missus. He's Obama's wife putting in.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I mean,
and then the thing is, when you see that name brought up, then all of a sudden you see how many people accuse her of actually being a man. You see all the videos of the, close-ups of her walking anywhere and the bulge in her pants.
Might be a transgender or something. You don't know.
You really don't know anything about these candidates nowadays.
I mean, when you think about it, right? The American politics are now becoming the laughing stock. The UK politics are now becoming the laughing stock. The French are going fucking right wings, for they're a laughing fucking stock. And Putin's sitting over there. He must be sitting fucking howling at this fucking long Putin. He must be fucking.
Yeah, he's picking up the phone, calling China's president, going, "Hey, did you see the shit that they're doing over there?"
Exactly.
I laid off half the KGB because we don't need them anymore. They're fucking destroying their own shit. We don't have to do a damn thing. It's like watching the walls of Rome come crashing down.
Fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. We're just hitting the old self-destruct button, and we don't need anybody else to fuck us up. We're doing it ourselves. You know what I mean?
Called Kim Jong-un last week and said, "Look at this guy, Sleepy Joe. He ain't sleep no more. The guy's practically comatose."
We could launch a nuclear weapon and they'll still be asleep when it fucking lands.
Yeah, and the thing is, Kim Jong-un said, well, that's why I haven't launched any rockets lately because, I don't want to give the guy a heart attack. See, the only reason we launch rockets over here in Korea is so that, we can try and get the world to actually give us a little bit of respect, but we don't need to with this guy. I mean, fuck, we look 10 times better than he does on his good days.
I'm telling you, honestly, I'm fucking telling you, it's crazy. We're living in dangerous times. And that Biden keeps mentioning World War III all the time as well. Every time he says something, it says, right, we stop.
Well, you know why? Did you see what these fuckers are doing? I hate to talk bad about the military. My son's actually going to be coming home next month in a little furlough. First time in God knows how many years. Maybe he'll be on the show one day. But they actually launched cluster bombs off of an aircraft and killed hundreds of kids in his village, right? Those munitions had to be operated by Americans in order for them to work because they won't give the foreign countries the codes and all the techniques and tricks on how to actually get this shit to work in case it falls into bad hands.
Yeah.
So don't tell me that we're so freaking innocent over here. There was a conversation Dr. Phil had with both Trump and RFK about, war crimes. And even Trump admitted, you think the United States hasn't committed war crimes?
I think the Americans had some involvement in overthrowing the last president of Ukraine. They got him kicked out. I'm sure they were involved in it somehow.
Yeah.
Boris
you go
Johnson,
watch enough of Kennedy's speeches, he'll explain it to you. Exactly how it happened, calling the days out, months that it actually happened, and how it happened, and who got sent where to get the message to there. Just like how Boris Johnson went over there to tear up the MnC Accords.
Exactly, he screwed all that up. There was a peace deal there. They went, no, fuck that, we're making too much money out of you. Keep fighting.
Yeah, that was the United States that sent Boris over there to take care of that.
You keep fighting. We're making money out of this. You keep fighting. We're selling arms for fun. We're rattling them out of factories like a conveyor belt. We're selling tons of arms to these people.
And if you look into it, you'll come to find out Trump's kids made a fortune on all the shit that happened while he was president, and Biden's kid made a shit ton of money while he was president, while his dad's running the country. And the thing is, everybody's catching on to it.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Everybody's catching on to it, and then when you get onto a platform that lets you talk free speech, and then everybody's like, let me compare my notes to your notes, and all of a sudden it's like, then you get somebody like Tucker Carlson and Russell Brand to catch a wind of it and go, hey, man, my researchers will take this to the next level. Let me expose what really took place. Thanks for giving me the bit of information. Make another $1 million in my pocket while I go and tell everybody I'm unemployed.
Oh, wow. Crazy, man.
Can I have your unemployment incomes for just 1 month? That'll set me up for the rest of my life. Fuckers.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, mate.
Man, this is enough to drive anybody to drink, don't you think?
Yes. Time for flavor explosion.
Up for your entertainment today, reached into my little cooler and pulled out the Left Hand Brewing Company's Peanut Butter Milk Stout. I do believe we have done this once before on our show. 6.2% alcohol by volume with 25 IBUS rating.
Sorry, I'm just getting an extra layer because he's gone to Hawaii in his Hawaiian shirt and I'm here putting bloody clothes on because I'm freezing. You know what I mean? Bloody freezing now, we're here.
Not here, man.
I know, we're perishing. And with me having
it's
school
30,
night,
35 out
not,
today.
Oh, we're looking to hit 20 degrees, if that. Today I've got not as strong as what I normally go for because obviously it's a school night, but I think I had some the other night on Savage Simon's show and it was quite nice. Didn't give us a hangover, didn't give us an upset stomach. I've got the old cause again. Yeah, when the mountains turn blue, it's as cold as the Rockies. I doubt that, but it is.
Rocky Mountain piss washer is what they call that, mate.
Yeah, and it's 4%. Well, that's the whole idea. I don't want nothing strong. I just want piss, so I don't have no hangovers for work.
Well, that's like me with this milk stout. I don't want it to flare up my gout with this vacation coming, but she bought the alcohol packages
you're gonna
too.
Come back.
See, originally it was supposed to be her and my daughter, right? And then when it became her and her friend from work, they bought the alcohol packages. They got the internet package so that you could, communicate still on board the ship. And so we got everything all paid for. It cost $50 or something to change the name, put my name on it instead of the girl's name. But, well, I get a holiday out of it, which I kind of need because, this news lately has been driving me up a wall.
You need a little outlet, mate, to chill out. That's what you need.
Your gun is digging into my hip. Mallory's like, I'd rather have an old and senile person than a total liar. I get where you're coming from, but my question is, why do we have to limit ourselves to just the crap that we get on the ticket ballot every single year? Why does it have to be the lesser of two evils? Can't we find somebody to inspire the whole country to unite us together and make the situation better for everybody in the country? Why is that so hard to do?
Even a younger member of each party, that's not fucking ready for the pension, somebody that's young, vibrant, energetic, that may have some new good ideas rather than going with the same old, same old. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Cheers, man, to our health.
Same to you, sir. Enjoy. It's all right, that. I've had worse.
That is a beautiful fucking peanut butter flavor. How you can take a Reese's peanut butter cup and turn it into a beer, I'll have no clue. But they did it. They rightly did it.
That's awesome.
All right, hand checks. What do you got? What are you vaping on,
Me?
mate?
I dug out my old top side. And on that, I am now trying my little purchase that I did the other week. I told you I bought. I bought the Neo, and that's what's sitting on top of there. Nice little single coil. It's bloody nice. The flavour of this thing is phenomenal. Absolutely unbelievable. And then I also nipped out the shop before and got myself one of these little disposables, because when I had this at work this afternoon, the cotton kind of burnt out, so I had to go and buy an emergency device, and that's what I've ended up with. And that's all I'm on tonight. I'm just simple and minimal. But I'll tell you, and what I forgot to say,
there's nothing wrong with simple and minimal.
In that, I've got some sherbet lemon by that, because I've got hundreds of bottles of this, so I thought I may as well start using it.
Very nice.
So there you go. It's not too bad.
My new all-day vape has been the Fat Rabbit 2. What finally convinced me that this was the best dual coil flavor RTA was when I took and put fried banana split in there. Ooh. And I loved it. I did not like this when this was in the Arbiter at all. Did not like it in the Blaze Solo. I do not like it in the original. But once I put it in here, I've got the top, as you can see, halfway closed there, and the bottom is a third of the way closed there. It tastes exactly like a delicious fried banana split.
Real weird. So,
fantastic.
The big question is that the new Arbiter?
Yes. I'm sorry, it is. Wait, I'm not kidding. There she lay. I took it off during the review, and it sat here on my desk this whole time. No desire to rewick it. None. Then again, I've got so many other stuff in the process. I need to finish editing this review, the Feeling AX. Delicious. Direct to lung with this coil that's in here. The other coil that they give you is a true mouth to lung. Then I've got this Nevox. It's the Feeling 2 in this one. I need to finish editing the video for this one. This one, the coil I put in here, originally I filled it up with this 30 milligram stuff, and oh, is that throaty. So I swapped the coil to the mouth to lung coil, leaving the e-liquid in there. And man, is that fantastic. And the coil and the e-liquid last forever, because I'm not normally a mouth to lung person. But just to have something in my pocket, I'm like, which of these am I going to take on my holiday? I don't know.
I see.
And then the last one I need to wrap up is this masking Roki 15,000 puff disposables. So here's my question to you guys out there, okay? When I first opened these up and did the review video, the recording of it, I'm like, oh, that doesn't taste like what the name is on the box. That's not a grape jelly. And I went off on a whole 10-minute dissertation on how masking vape cannot put a name on the box if it doesn't actually taste like it. So I gave it to my wife when she came home, and I'm like, what does this taste like? She doesn't even know what it's called. She saw one was purple and one was like this yellowish rainbow color. She's like, that's a Grape Jolly Rancher. Yeah, that tastes really good. I'll take that one. I'm like, okay, take it. It doesn't taste like grape something to me. Call it Purple Rain or something. It doesn't taste like grape jelly. So taste this one. That's a nice red apple. And is there lemon in it? And I'm like, whoa! How is it that you identified correctly the name on the box and I had no picture of that whenever I first vaped it? So now my question to you guys is, leave a comment in the description or leave it in the chat now. Do I re-record the whole video or do I add myself yelling at myself for not being able to identify what it actually does taste like? Because the coolest part about it is, look at the airflow adjustment on the bottom. Have you ever seen one that lets you dial your airflow adjustment? Shit, even together they taste fantastic. So now I'm like, what do I do with this review video that I've already recorded? I haven't edited yet because it's like, I hated it, but I don't hate it. So talk about being a hypocrite. What do I do? Do I re-record the whole thing and tell everybody I loved it when I didn't, when I first got it? But I do love it now?
Hey, you could probably re-record some of it and just take out the bits that you didn't like and put the good bits in.
I'm thinking it'd be more entertaining for me to yell at myself. But I don't know. You guys tell me in the chat. What do you think? What should I do?
Hey, you could leave it in, like, I suppose. You just say, I ran it up, I fucked up, it's actually quite nice.
It is! That's the part that irritates me. I gave it to my wife, she took it to work, she's been using it now for 2 weeks, and it's like, finally to the point now where they're dead. This one is down to 7%. And the grape jelly is at 0. But it still works.
Being well used.
Like, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to put that as my final thoughts, but my final thoughts aren't gonna be at the end. It's gonna be in between to correct my own lies in the beginning, because, well, they're not lies. I didn't get the right flavor impression, but it's actually there.
Just eat humble pie, Nate. It's gonna have to be humble pie. You're just gonna have to eat humble pie. Take it on the chin. Do it. And Rob's your uncle.
Listen, I'm not above making fun of myself for the entertainment value of it. Does not bother me one bit.
It's like some of the guys in chat there saying, you know, taste is subjective. But, you know.
Just like vape experience is subjective. Somebody said this is hollow. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about hollow? I'm like, okay, if you open it up and you're one of those people that takes big, deep breaths that are quick and hard, listen, there's Steam Crave made a bunch of products that are fantastic for you. I understand why you want this original one, because you like high wattage, high airflow, voluminous plumes of vapor. Okay, so be it. That's not my cup of tea. I'm beginning to be more like Mike Vapes with his restricted airflow than I was when I first started vaping. When I was first getting into the scene, I'm like, that's what got me to the Steam Crave Titan. I wanted something that was going to be massive airflow, massive vape, and I got the Titan. I'm like, whoa, what are you nuts? Why would you want this? That's too much. I reached my limit. Thank you.
I think that's kind of the fad everybody's into now, like a nice restricted airflow. Like I say, few years back, everybody liked the wide open and the plumes, you know, they weren't asked so much about the flavors. Now everybody's starting to turn towards more flavors than actual clouds.
And I think part of it also has to do with the fact that, we've got these ones that are mouth to lung that are being put out, and all these disposables are already restricted. None of them are like wide open. The only one I had was that Roby one that was direct to lung. You literally felt like you were just breathing in. There's no restriction to it whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with it, but I kind of prefer this now.
Mm-hmm.
Flavor over clouds, yeah.
Yeah.
It's beyond
Definitely.
just being taste subjective. Like, I like that little bit of restriction now. I've even turned down some of the disposables I've gotten.
Would you consider using the Arbiter 2 then? That's restricted.
I need to revisit it now. I really do. I really do. It may now be my second favorite.
Mm-hmm.
And see, the thing about this over the Arbiter is I have to run this about half or a third on the top and the bottom to get it equal airflow as the Arbiter. But I can open them both up like I did when I first did the recording on it. And I can turn the wattage up. If I want to do cloud chasing. Or I can turn it even more down and leave it only a quarter the way open, turn the wattage down.
Flavor chasing.
And it's a flavor banger. It's just like... Somebody made something where the middle of the airflow options is exactly where I want to be. So I can go wider or narrower. It is up to me what I feel like that day.
I mean, I've got a one, but I don't know. I think it might be the first one I've got. I'm sure the one I've got's the original Fat Rabbit. I think it is. I'm almost certain I've got the original Fat Rabbit.
I wasn't that impressed with that one in the beginning. I mean, it worked great. I used it for a while. I rocked it for a while. It was my all-day vape. Because anytime I do a review on something, I'm going to keep using it until it's time to recoil it. And then it's like, is it worth my time and energy to recoil it, or would I rather move back to something else? And this was one that stayed with me for a while. And then once I had that camera bag incident, it was just like, nope, not worth it. Like this Solo. That's still the original tank of e-liquid in this Solo. It just sits there.
I mean, this thing here, like I say, it's old, but it's a nice little single coil. I mean, I'm only rocking it at 45 watts. It's lovely. It's 0.23 ohms resistance, single coil, absolutely little flavor, and it kicks a few clouds out as well.
Well, this Solo does a great job, but it is not as good as the Blaze Solo.
An RDA, you sell, it's a flavor banger and a cloud chucker, so it just comes with the territory where RDA is. Still can't beat them.
And the thing is, the coils that are in there gives me this off taste to it as well. When you get certain e-liquids with certain coils, you get like that metallic taste to your vape.
Do you not find that with some tanks? Some tanks will make fruits taste fantastic, but they'll make custards, cakes, and desserts taste disgusting. Some tanks are like kind of designed a different way, aren't they, for different flavored juices? I've found that loads of times over the years.
Well, that's what convinced me on this one, the Fat Rabbit 2, because I put that fried banana split in there and I'm like, oh, now it all balances. Everything's in there in the proportions I would if I was trying to make a liquid that was called that.
Yeah.
It's just like, it works. There isn't too much cream. There isn't too much banana. There isn't too much fried flavor. Everything was like lackluster in its individual breakdown. But I put that into this and it's like, well, shit, that is a fried banana split. It's fucking delicious.
It's weird. It's weird how they do it, but they do it. Without a doubt.
And some tanks work better for custards. Some of them are fantastic for custards, but they do a shit job for the fruits that you put into the custard.
Yeah. It's a weird one, but yep, that's where some of them work. Definitely where some of them work. I remember that Fat Rabbit I had. Could be a jewel. I can't remember now. Can't remember.
Okay, so let's
Well, I'll
bring
tell you what
up
is, the
our
wife-
hand checks.
The
I
wife
apologize
cleaned out
to
the
William
craft cupboard.
Dobson.
They're telling me wife cleaned out the craft cupboard, right? And she had
Yeah.
some little boxes, so I pinched all our little boxes.
I saw that on the
Everything's
live
nice
stream
and
the other
tidy
day.
now. Yeah, you know what I mean? I've pinched all them for them ones. I've got another 2 boxes in the other cupboard, so I'm getting everything nice and tidy. Plus, I can bloody find stuff now. I couldn't before. I have to go
Making
digging
some
through
good
piles.
progress there, mate.
Oh yeah,
Hell
good
yeah.
tidy up.
All right.
Right, what we got?
William Dobson, look, he's finally moved in and got his stuff unpacked, and now he's got himself a nice little proper vape shelf.
Oh, very nice. That's what I need.
Look at that. That is
There are some
amazing.
nice ones on there.
Hell yeah.
That's quite a nice collection he's sitting there with. Very nice.
All nice and organized. He's got his e-liquids to choose from. He's got his batteries and coils organized on the bottom. Flavorings.
Oh, he's very organized. Very organized. Wish I could
love
say
it.
the same. Bloody hell.
That's like my room, just smaller.
Very nice.
If I didn't have a vape channel, that's exactly what I would have. I have my little cubicles, and it would be set aside, and that would be my little display for all my things that I have.
Awesome. Very nice. Very
love it.
well organized, sir.
I love it. And unfortunately, that's all for the hand checks. Do we do the pets now, or do we wait until after the dad jokes?
You see, that's less than a quarter of all his stuff as well. Fucking hell. Get some more shelves,
Really?
man. Yeah.
See, now in
I think I
Australia,
get some
that
more
would
shelves.
be illegal.
Oh, yeah.
Here's how ridiculous it is. I didn't even get into it during the news, okay? They legit have it specified. You're allowed, I think, 90 accessories or something. You're allowed like 40 devices, 90 accessories, and like a liter of e-liquid for consumption. And there's going to be places where you can use the amnesty policy to turn shit in if you've got more than the allowable amount. And here's the part that really
they're going
screws
to
up.
clash it on that, aren't they?
In 6 months, all those numbers get cut in half. You're only going to be allowed like 40 accessories, like 20 devices, and like 400 mils of juice per month. That's it. Anything
400?
else classifies you as a distributor of vaping products.
That's horseshit.
How many of the 1.7 million vapors in Australia have collections like this over the years?
Exactly.
And they want you just to turn
right.
it into them? Pick through your
Especially
children
people that
and
be
give
vape-
up the children you love the least to the government amnesty program. Fuck off.
It's like, you know, if you've been vaping 10 years and you've got all that 10 years worth of devices and they want you just chuck them all into them. Aye, right, or that's there's thousands and thousands of dollars or pounds worth of equipment sitting there and you're going to give it away. Rightio. Yep. Think about that one again.
That would be like if they decided, you know, let's say that you get some, you know, far left-wing nut job that gets in charge and says that you're only allowed one handgun and one rifle, and you're only allowed a rifle if you hunt. Everything else is illegal and you must turn it into the government. You know how many Americans would say, go fuck yourself?
Every one of them.
Half the population in the United States would be a criminal.
Exactly. That's got to go down
Over
well,
my
innit?
dead body are you getting my guns?
Yeah.
And they wonder why people are saying the same thing about vapes. Sorry.
Exactly.
When you get something like this that empowers people to quit smoking, they love it like they love their children. And they're not going to give them up. I don't care what laws you pass or how many of them you make criminals. It ain't happening. All you've done is fueled a black market in Australia. People are going to want their grapes and their strawberries and their custards and their creams. We're not going to settle. Nobody over there is going to settle for just tobacco, mint, and menthol. Ain't happening. It's a fantasy world. The regulators are living in a fantasy world if they think that people are actually going to comply with this flavor ban.
You could say the same for cigarettes, you know, while people still enjoy and want them, they'll get them. Simple. They'll never go away, man. Never.
Yep.
I'd make it illegal.
You can sound the alarm all you want. It ain't going nowhere. Nope.
Yep.
All right. Time for some dad jokes. You ready?
Ooh. Let's go.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case?
news, everyone!
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Yo, what is a vapor's favorite fantasy film? Cloud Wars, Episode 1, The Phantom Line.
Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Welcome to Texas. Don't mess with Texas. Our citizens have concealed weapons. If you kill someone, we will kill you back. We enjoy gunfights. It's a Texas tradition. We have 122 prisons. Enjoy your stay.
Enjoy your stay. I love it.
And my apologies for not seeing the Twitch chat earlier. Come on. Why is the Twitch chat not showing up? My bad. It didn't pop up. Anyway, I regret jumping asked a question. He says, I have a question. I left a bottle of vape juice open and it dried out. What?
Huh?
How's that possible? He says, I don't want to waste it, but now it's hard. It's a hard chunk.
Okay.
Can I add water? Should I burn it? No, man. I'd get a new bottle of e-liquid. It shouldn't dry out. How old is it for it to dry out? I've never tried that before.
100 years? 100 years old?
Could you add water to it and reconstitute it? Yeah. Could you add some PG to it? Yeah. But that sounds more like some THC stuff than nicotine stuff.
That's gotta be vile.
Throw it away, man. Get some new stuff. If you're worried about it being too concentrated, you can like rinse it down the sink with water. Just flush water down the drain. Because nicotine e-liquid will not dry out into a chunk, to my knowledge.
No. There's something seriously wrong with that e-liquid if it's done that. Like,
hey man, do you ever have any signs like this in the UK?
No. Suicidal deer.
Suicidal deer next 1
Holy
mile.
Jesus Christ.
They used to put signs up that said deer crossing to warn people, hey man, we've had a bunch of accidents in this area where people have hit deer. And everybody ignored it. They just kept plowing through the area, 60 mile an hour or whatever, and these old dirt country roads. So they've done some research, and this sign is more triggering for people to actually slow down.
It was silent. Yeah, fucking hell.
Because everybody goes, what? Hey, man, you better slow down. These deer over here are serious, man.
I can just picture the scene now. A deer run on the road. I can't take anymore. I want to end it all.
Suicide by cop. Standing in the middle of the road. Nobody hits you. They call the cops. Yeah, I ain't moving until you shoot me. Speaking of which, to the thief who took my antidepressants, I hope you're happy. I'm not.
Well, truly.
Here's a good one. I love this cartoon, right? Using this e-cigarette will drastically reduce harm. Black Market Butler says, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. No one can stop harm everywhere in the world. I said that we would reduce it, not eliminate it. And who only for those who smoke now? Right? We only want those people that are already smoking to vape, right? So in other words, it won't work. It works to reduce harm. But you admit that there's still going to be harm, right? What is wrong with you? Hey, I'm not the one who's in favor of harm.
Oh, gosh. That's probably the logic of the man. That is actually probably a good description of his logic. There's harm in it, and that, nope, I'm not having that.
That political double talk, if you talk to any poli-sci major, they will be able to tell you exactly how you can do that with any conversation you ever have with anybody in your entire life. You look like a moron. Eventually, people figure out what you're doing. But it is a successful tool to buffalo people into seeing your way of thinking and making them feel like a fool. Okay? How many of you understand where this came from? Did you ever watch Laverne and Shirley?
Oh, vaguely.
In the opening scene, they're working at the bottling factory, and it's quitting time, so they just take their gloves and put it on the bottle. Yep. Mallery got it. She's on top of it, man. Miller Brewing Company. And speaking of Australia's ridiculously priced cigarettes, here's an actual price post for you.
Wow.
$57.99. Bond Street Classic 30. See, here in the States, you're only allowed to sell packs of 20.
JPS 30, $64.50.
Marlboro Ice Blast 25. $68.99. Roll your own, 25 grams, $70.
Holy moly.
$3 a gram. I don't know why we got a black market in Australia. It don't make any sense to me. Seriously? Huh. That looks familiar. What the hell? No wonder it took FEMA 4 days to get water to the Superdome. Here we go, Hurricane Barrel. Anticipated track. Fortunately, we're only going like over here. Caribbean's over here. Cuba, Caribbean, Bermuda Triangle. I'm going to be hanging out in the Bermuda Triangle.
I hope I don't disappear. I got a lot more shows to do. We got a lot more shit to cover.
I hope you don't disappear from the Bermuda Triangle.
How many U-Hauls could a U-Haul haul if a U-Haul could haul U-Hauls?
That's a tongue twister and a half. U-Haul, ha 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 ha.
How about Hot Wheels Redneck
my
Series, Motorhome?
Oh no. Oh no.
How long does it take to get that satellite dish aligned properly?
Look at the spoiler on the roof of the car. What the fuck? A spoiler?
Yeah, the deflector shield. So when they're going down the road, you know, it deflects all the air up. Instead of driving down the wall with this brick dam.
Yeah, we're just reflecting it out.
I want to know how that air conditioner don't fall out of that window when you're going down the road. Look all the bugs that get into that thing. But it's got AC. Michael Redfern points out, at least it's got AC.
Boy.
Just when you thought that you were done making decisions for the day on your way home from work, then you see this. What? Keep left. Do not follow.
Do not follow. Keep left.
What? The fuck? Hot Wheels Badass Series. Mazda Answer to Everything Miata. I've seen some motorcycles hauling stuff around, little trailers like that. I think that's cool.
Yeah. I drive them.
Hot Wheels Techno Series. I'll never miss another shot again.
Holy fuck.
You know how much money they would get if they pulled all these Polaroids off the front of that thing? You know how much money they're worth? Look at this camera over here. That thing's got to be worth $500. Craig D, hello and welcome.
Imagine if all them were live and you got all them images off them. That'd be so cool. Imagine all them images.
This started with Hold My Beer. I'll bet you can't haul a bulldozer on the back of your truck. Oh, yeah? Want to bet?
Drive it on, Mullet. Drive it on.
Hot Wheels Redneck Series, we've got the 8-door tri-axle high-rise limo wagon thingy.
Yeah.
Not AI.
Yeah.
Somebody had some superfluous time on their hands to come up with this thing.
Oh, that time on the hands, all right. Oh, God.
Free spring water.
Oh, God.
Hey, man, I drank plenty of water out of a hose in my life. Spring water, that just makes sense.
Hell yeah.
Adulthood is just saying, if I can just get through this week over and over and over and over again until you die.
That sums it up quite nicely, that actually.
How often do planes crash? Just once. I don't think that's what I asked.
Makes sense.
Today, I discovered my husband has me in his phone as Jennifer Wortman. Well, it could be worse. One of my identical twins has the other twin in his phone as spare parts.
Oh, God.
Hey, spare parts, what's going on? A diss track is just two grown men sitting in separate rooms writing poems about each other.
Fucking hell.
Man, we were scraping the bottom of the barrel this week, okay? Robert De Niro will be lucky if he makes $7.5 million this year, lawyers said. Man, I too will be lucky if I earn $7.5 million this year.
Welcome to, right? Happy G's.
Fortunate son. Is uranium edible once? Just once.
And that'll be your first and your last time you ever have it. Horseshoe? Oh, God.
No. Why are you so afraid of the truth? It's a horseshoe. Don't like the truth? Maybe you believe in science, but not gravity. Sis, how can you be depressed? Life is so beautiful. Oh, yeah? How do you have asthma? There's just so much air everywhere. Wait. Isn't every surgery in Legoland just plastic surgery?
Oh, fuck off.
Women of Reddit. What is a 100% myth about women? Guy here. You hear a lot about how women love eye contact, but trust me, no woman I've met liked it when I touched her in the eyes.
Oh, God.
80% of being adult is trying to fix what you fucked up before anyone finds out that you fucked it up.
Hence your review.
What is stopping you from doing this?
What the fuck?
God, they're fucking on the side of a train. You know what's stopping me from doing that? Besides my fat ass? Common sense!
Exactly.
Another dead-end cemetery lane. When you pick up a quarter off the ground, you're making $450 an hour for 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Woohoo! Rich. Gone.
According to Japanese legend, when you cannot sleep at night, it's because you are awake. Well, according to a study, birthdays are very healthy. People who have more birthdays live longer on average.
Holy moly.
My retirement plan has now been amended to just going to prison in Denmark. This is what prisons in Denmark look like.
Holy shit. That's some pad, that, like, isn't it? Full board.
I'd kill to live there. Straight up.
Be my guess. Wow.
And I promise to never kill again after my life sentence in that prison.
All right.
Now that I've lived during a plague, I understand why Renaissance paintings are all of chubby women laying around with their boobs out. Makes total sense.
I kind of do. It does.
I picked up a bag of mixed veggies and it was 99.9% corn. I wonder if they're subsidizing these things or something.
Fucking hell. Mixed corn, more like it.
Here's a very remote part of Australia.
Old TV remotes and shit and phones and all that crap, yeah. Fucking hell, what's the kangaroos been watching?
Where's the TVs that they control?
I get what you're saying, remote.
Hey
part
man,
of
the
Australia,
Caesar salad from McDonald's is so good. I needed an ambulance. Or an English teacher.
Caesar.
Haven't figured out yet which one.
Caesar, you fucking thick cunt.
Do you do lemonade? Do we do lemonade? Yes, I was told you do that here. I'm sorry, this is a graphics and print shop. I know that. I'm not an idiot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. Look, if you can't lemonade these papers for me, I'm going to go elsewhere. Oh, do you mean laminate?
Lemonade.
You sour puss?
You're going to lemonade them, mate. Lemonade them, mate. Lemonade them.
So you should have read that one. If you need a
Oh,
gas
lemonade,
recipe, please pay inside. Hey, man, I've been waiting my whole life to learn what the recipe for gas is. Now I can make my own. I don't need to ever come back here. Supposed to say gas receipt, not gas recipe.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, wow, I was just trying to get my head round so we would put that.
Send me newts. No, like a sexy pic. There's a sexy newt.
Oh dear. Oh my dearie, dearie, dearie.
You know it's bad when your computer asks you if you want to exist.
No.
Alt F4. Let me close this window and come back to it later. The state of the world right now, that could go either way.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Hey man, I found the source of all things sweet and sour. It's the sweet and sour source.
Oh,
At China Buffet. 2669 Leechburg Road, Lower Burl.
Oh, the spelling's fantastic. Oh, the knowledge of the English language.
How about a 9-layer case idea?
Holy moly.
It's not a quesadilla. It's a shitty idea, if you ask me.
It's a shitty idea. I don't know, I would have a go with that.
The world we live in, folks. If you feel unsafe and need help, press this button.
It's not there.
Conveniently enough, the button was removed prior to putting the note up.
I bet it was, no.
No smoking. I don't think that's what that sign was supposed to be.
Even if you were having a fag while you were swimming, it would probably go out because it would get wet.
There was one
Some
time I
people,
never
honestly.
bothered smoking. Went to the beach or something. Siggy stayed in the car. Why would you take him on the beach? I've seen people put them in
I never did
baggies.
that.
I got swatted and ordered a new door. The fuck UPS.
Okay.
We're hiring servers, part and full time. Servers, serve people. Greeters, greet people. Line cooks, cook people. Oops. No, they don't. They cook food.
What's on the menu? People.
But we can't afford another sheet of paper to fix it and reprint it. Sorry.
We'll just scribble it out.
Here's a wonderful
You're
fucking
in
sign.
America.
You're in America. Speak English. It's missing an apostrophe E. You are in America. Fucking bozos here can't even speak English, so don't worry about it. Notice, this is a work-free drug place. Let's keep it this way. Okay.
Go work,
How do I get a job there?
Exactly. We'll sit there just bonged all day. No work. God's builders. Not going to be building much them.
This company has a zero tolerance policy regarding the use of drugs or alcohol on the job. So you get paid to come here and not have to work if you're going to be using drugs. Cool.
Have some of that.
Jesus water.
Jesus water.
Well, it doesn't look like water to
Very
me.
nice.
Looks like
Nope.
holy water. This is my luck lately.
2, 1. But you've got 3. What the fuck?
So if you have 1 year pregnant, if you have 2 year pregnant, and I got double pregnant, it's twins? Mallery says it's twins.
Unless a bloke paid on it.
I identify
You
as
always want to
sterile.
do that. Do you not fucking ever thought of doing that just for a laugh? Now, like if your wife or your friend, like of the opposite sex, has got to give a urine sample, you not just fancy just sending one of yours in to get the fucking out of the fuck.
I don't think that'll work for a pregnancy test.
I've always fancied doing that, you know, just send like a totally different one.
Here's a good shirt for you, mate.
Have a good day.
You can walk around selling that to people.
Have a good day, yeah. Be well received.
All it's missing is your
funeral
Klingon mask. It's a good day to die. Man 73 awaits sentencing for killing sleeping son. Just in time for Father's Day, we have a special on knives.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And you wonder why you can't buy an actual print newspaper in most places nowadays. Welcome to Texas. Please choose your lane appropriately. Blind, sober, or drunk.
Boy, you could be blind drunk.
Or that sign could be over one lane and all the other people driving the other lanes. Like an HOV lane. That would be a HOV lane there with blind people, sober people, and drunk people all in the same lane.
Be a fucking car crash.
And to continue from last week, we have the OG girl.
Spit on that thing.
Monica Lewinsky. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
No, but
you want to feel old, mate? Here you go. Here's the 90s pop band Hanson today.
That's Coronation Street. Yeah. That's good old English Coronation Street, mate.
And we have our differences, how petty they may be, but they exist.
They do.
In the UK, you've got chips and crisps. In the United States, they're called fries and chips. In Australia, and the land down under, everything's fucking chips.
That's Australia all over, though, isn't it, at the moment?
Oversimplify everything.
Fucking right.
Hey, man, the planet is not an ashtray. Stop smoking, start vaping.
Yeah.
It is this hot in Texas. Roberta Wright, who lives in a suburb of Houston, baked bread in her mailbox this week it only took 45 minutes.
Wow, really? Okay, now.
Really?
Holy moly. That's hot.
Do you ever have any of these when you were growing up as a kid?
But yeah,
I had
the
one
little
just
car
like
driving
that.
game. Yes.
And inside of it, I took
the
the thing apart. There was a little fucking film. They kept going in an 8-track going in a loop.
That's right.
Hey man, why are all the bees and butterflies dying out? Let's take a look at your yard and try and figure it out.
Yeah. No fucking flowers or shit from the pollinate.
And you pay fucking $500 a month to have them guy come and spray chemicals on your yard so you don't even get any dandelions anymore. But we can't figure out why the bees are dying off.
Oh dear.
This is what it looks like after you get shagging in this heat. Officer, so he was breaking into your home and you shot him 9 times? No, sir. I only shot him once.
Fucking 9 rounds. That's a gun. I'll give them the Jews. That is a gun. That is a fucking
I don't
gun.
want to feel the recoil of that sucker.
Fucking what? It'll put you through the back wall.
And today we have another actor's life destroyed by drugs and alcohol.
Oh, poor Gonzo. Poor Gonzo.
I saw this and I'm like, holy shit. It all explains everything now. I thought I knew medical abbreviations, right? No, I did not. Those are legit hieroglyphics to express medical terms. You wonder why doctors write so fucked up?
Hieroglyphics. Fucking tell us about it. Look at the state of that. Imagine a sentence with that.
They're actually taught this in med school.
No way. That is actually a thing.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have alphabet soup for children and alphabet soup for doctors.
Like you've just fucking shown. Right in algebra.
Yon 2D2.
Yon 2D2. That's cool. I think that's pretty cool.
I finally got this food pyramid thing all figured out.
Wow. Some meat
Too
laying
bad
there.
that cost
Jesus.
about as much as a brick of gold.
I bet it does, no. That's one serious lump of meat.
Hey, man, apparently there's this weird code that if you grew up in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, you can automatically understand things like this. Can you figure it out?
Me. You ate me. You ate me firm. You ate me firm. I've got half of it. You ate me. You ate me something.
Get your ass in this motherfucking house right now before I beat your ass.
No, I didn't get that one.
If you've had it said to you enough times in your life, you get it right away.
Nope, I've lived a sheltered childhood.
Meanwhile, modern kids have TI. Or maybe if the parent was really mad, it would be YITI. You're in timeout.
I always used fucking reverse psychology. Go and get me, pass me slipper so I can hit you with it. What?
There you go. It's just a jump to the left. And then a step to the right. Put your hands on your hips.
And bring your knees in tight. And then the pelvic thrust. Really drives you insane. A classic. I wonder how many people actually do that when they walk in. They go to the left and then jump. I would actually do that.
That'd be cool as shit,
I'm
man.
gonna get that on my carpet. I'm gonna get a carpet like that for the hall. So when you come in through the
You
front
need to
door,
get your
you
local
just
corner
get
shop to put that on the ground. Remember during the whole lockdowns, they had those lines 6 feet apart?
Yeah.
Tear that shit up and put this down.
It'd be brilliant, wouldn't it?
We aren't going to make
What?
it, though. You know, we really aren't.
Remove child.
Size
What?
3 to 4 year old, 100% polyester, wash inside out, remove child before washing. Made in China. We're fucked.
Holy moly.
And everybody knows it.
Yeah.
Everybody knows it. Bro, you want to be seen or
You
not?
want to be seen.
That's the wrong color.
Nice. Got my high-vis jacket on a fucking combat suit.
Make up your mind. One of them's the wrong color. This guy survived a 250 mile per hour crash, and this got their shirt tugged.
Oh, that is so true in today's football. That is so true in today's football. Especially with the Euros. You touch them like,
The only happy ending I know.
Bottom end of a cornetto full of chocolate. I don't know. Yeah, I know that one. I know that one. Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, we have economists listening to previous research from other disciplines.
They're not.
I can't hear you.
Exactly. What would you say? What was that?
How was practice, honey? Great. We worked on our fake injury skills today.
Yeah, the
And
Oscar
I got an award. I got a participation award.
We call it the
before
Oscar
the internet,
Awards.
these people would take your order, write down your address, and deliver a pizza to you in less than 30 minutes, or it was free. Until one of our schmucks got into a crash trying to get it there in that 30 minutes. But they used a paper map, like, you know, some sort of mystical land pirate. And the pizza tasted way better back then than it does now. Fucking crap they have nowadays.
Before you had the sat navs, you had road maps, you had street maps, A to Z street maps. That's how we used to do it in the day. A to Z.
And the best part was, man, you had different dominoes, and they weren't like this generic crap that they have nowadays that they thaw out to make your pizzas. You know, sometimes I like to order from this Domino's, and sometimes I like to order from that one because they weren't the same. They were close.
Yeah.
But that one tastes better. This one had more spicy pepperoni. Painted my chicken coop.
Painted my chicken coop.
Egg production tripled in only 3 days. Don't know why.
But it did. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy shit.
Well, that was a waste of money.
Bubble bath. Fucking hell.
Gonna tell my kids that this was the original Fast and Furious.
Smokey and the Bandit. Yes.
Hell yeah.
Classic.
Only in Texas will you find a private road sign like this. Residents have guns and backhoes. Turn around now.
True. You don't have to tell me twice.
Esther, Google Maps is wrong. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Life without smartphones must have been so boring. Nah, man, we managed. Just
I
fine.
beg to differ. I beg to differ, yeah.
Vegans, I don't eat meat because I respect nature. Yeah?
Nature. Hell no. Fucking hell.
A1 steak sauce was designed for people who cannot grill a proper steak.
I would fall into that category because I don't like steaks like raw. I like it well done. I like mine incinerated. Sorry, but
But you got to put the right seasonings on it. If you put the right seasonings on it, I don't care how char grilled you make it, it is still a flavorful steak.
oh yeah. Oh, it's got to be all about the seasoning. Definitely. Definitely the seasoning.
You know, before my wife and I got married and she started cooking for us, I would have agreed with the people that say you need A1 on everything. So you don't need any of that shit nowadays.
Nope.
Hey, Sid, remember that time last summer we were all gathering around the kill like this? Someone told a leopard joke and you laughed so hard an antler came out of your nose.
Jesus. Fucking hell.
Basic salt and pepper. But you need to be liberal with it. You can't just like, oh, here's a little bit of salt.
Get it on.
My baked potatoes.
Rub it into the meat.
Best thing I ever got was kosher salt. And what I do is I take my baked potato and I'll lather it in olive oil and then I'll sprinkle the kosher salt on the potato before I bake it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Never.
Very nice.
Does a potato skin go in the trash?
Oh, no. Not when you do it like that.
Nice and crispy. Me in my childhood, without any reason whatsoever.
Yeah. You did these. Oh, I remember that. The pin through your skin.
The pins through your finger?
Yeah. Oh, the
Trying to be a
magic
dick
button.
with the water?
Yeah.
Getting the on-off switch to stay right in the middle?
Definitely did
We all
that.
did stupid shit like that.
Of course we did.
You don't know the show. This is unfair. That's Gilligan's Island.
Right.
The bottle came back, and the note said, "Stay where you are. The U.S. has gone crazy."
Well, I can get the joke.
I'd go live on Gilligan's Island right now. It'd be a much saner world.
Right.
Meanwhile, the internet reminds us that there are cougars in your area. And that's what they look like.
Oh. Very appealing.
Is there a reason why our generation stayed monogamous with our spouses?
Jeez.
No dude has ever said, man, she'd be really hot if her eyelashes were, longer.
What? What?
Fuck world we live in.
Jesus.
Oh, she doesn't have enough paint on her face to make her look more like a TikTok video.
Fucking hell.
The Three Stooges out of character. Yeah, and yes, they do look like a cast of a Scorsese film.
Well, they look like three gangsters, like the Craze or something.
You know what I want so bad? To live on a family compound. A nice fat 40 acres. Everyone can get 5 to 7 acre parcels. We all live close, but not up each other's ass. And then we all have jobs. Like some will have gardens. Some will babysit. Some will raise livestock. Some will hunt. Some will sew. And then we all just, I don't know, trade and barter for extras on the things we want but don't do. And nobody has to work a typical 9-to-5 job because we all provide for each other. And every Friday is going to be a potluck dinner night where we can play board games and just hang out around the campfire. Dream come true. Boy, would we live a lavish, maternalistic, free life.
Yeah, I can see that one. Definitely.
And be careful what you wish for, because if World War III happens, some of us are going to be living exactly that life.
Exactly. Back in the Stone Age. Back in caves.
And William Dobson reminds us that women spend 50 pounds on makeup to make them look pretty, but 20 pounds of beer does the same thing.
So true. So true.
Why spend 50 quid when you can spend 20? So if we don't let athletes bet on games that they have the ability to influence, why do we allow our Parliament and Congress to invest in companies that they regulate?
Well, there you go. Hit the nail on the head.
Mr. Schellentrager, how come you never taught me this in social studies? Taught me to question everything. And then when I question everything and I point out the fact that they're wrong, you say, you should be better off smoking.
Yep.
Plant-based potatoes. You know what? This is exactly why aliens refuse to visit us and let us know they're here.
They don't want to be infected with our stupidity. That's what I'm saying. They do
So
not want to be
you're telling
infected with
me
our
that there's
stupidity.
mashed potatoes out there that aren't plant-based? They're actually what? Crushed limestone?
Clones? Artificial? They've cloned potatoes.
Prison is the perfect place for liberals. Just think about it. Everybody's treated equally. They all get free food, free health care. No one has guns except for the guards, and there's no cars and no gas.
Place made in heaven.
That's a good point. The potatoes should also be labeled vegetarian. Well, you know what? That was a fad. That click went out last year. How old were you when you found out LMAO means lick me all over?
I wish. I totally wish.
Just because you think Alfred is too old to take care of Batcave, you don't replace him with the Joker. Jimmy Kimmel.
Very current, sir. Very current.
Hey, man, those open carry folks make me nervous.
Oh, Jesus.
Really? Facts. You are much closer to being a homeless man than you will ever be to becoming a billionaire. Please stop worshiping your oppressors. That is all.
Very true. Very true.
Julia Roberts finds life and her holes get better with age. Really?
What?
As teenage boys, we thought a lot about our holes, but we didn't know they got better with age. Correction. Sorry, the headline on page D4 in Saturday's Post Journal should have read, Julia Roberts finds life and her rolls get better with age.
I like the first one.
Boy, I bet that sold a lot of papers. Oh, wait a minute. It was on D4. It was on the front page. I could totally understand why they got that mistake. I had a man come to me and he said, Bob, I could never paint because I'm colorblind. So today we're going to do a picture in gray just to show you that anyone can paint.
Good old Bob, eh?
Bob Ross. If you didn't have baby clouds, you wouldn't have big clouds. What came first, the baby cloud or the big cloud?
Exactly. The chicken or the egg?
If my calculations are correct, Marty, everybody is reading this meme in my voice.
Probably true.
And now you see why I could never get a job as a ventriloquist.
Nope.
When I was little, I didn't care about things like what to wear. My parents dressed me. Looking back at some of my old pictures, it's obvious that my parents didn't care very much either.
Oh, yeah. Sent you out a right clip.
Whoever said the Bible is the greatest story ever told obviously never heard of my trip to Amsterdam involving 3 midget prostitutes, a one-eyed donkey, and a bag of ketamine.
Oh, fucking hell.
Vic? You want to go see Vic? And write a book about it?
Hell yeah.
All you need is a donkey. So I met this Australian guy who works in IT. I said, "Do you come from the land down under?" He just smiled and gave me a megabyte sandwich.
Megabytes. Oh, shit.
And I'm sorry for all you folks out there that are hearing that song play in your mind right now.
That has just went straight through my head.
These edibles are weak as fuck, man. 2 hours later, woman accidentally joined search party looking for herself.
What? Are they looking for me? I'm here.
Hey, man, those edibles ain't what you thought they were. Just took a little while to kick in. To whomever told me to leave my car at the pub and take the bus, turns out I was in no fit state to drive that either.
Oh, that's not me after a bad day.
If you are buying smart water for $4 a bottle, let me tell you, it ain't fucking working.
Smart water. Smart water. Define smart water.
If you don't stand behind our troops, feel free to stand in front of them.
Hell no.
We have 800 military bases around the globe for your convenience. Please feel to visit any one of them.
Jesus.
While we constantly complain about the fact that we have no protection on the southern border of the United States, we can't seem to figure out how to stop these illegal immigrants from entering our country. Can't figure it out, mate.
Nope.
See, we have this thing called a fence, and we have patrols where vehicles drive down these borders, and we have physical barriers in places like San Diego, where there literally is a 20-foot wall for them to get by. And then we have Arizona, where this whole stretch...
Just a desert.
Is a desert. There ain't nothing there.
Exactly, it's just a desert.
So let me get this straight.
Okay, now.
We can put Las Vegas in the middle of a desert, and all those people don't die of starvation, right? They have plenty of water to drink, but we can't seem to control a couple 100 miles of border in the desert.
Mind-boggling.
But we have military troops in
Absolutely
Afghanistan where it's hotter and drier. I don't know, man. If somebody could just figure out a way to stop all this illegal immigration, you know?
Yeah, it would make sense. Fucking hell.
Yeah. It's what it is. It's what it is. Can't do nothing about it.
Crazy, crazy shit. Crazy, crazy shit, man. Crazy, crazy shit.
So I vow to not worry about it. I'm going on holiday. Fuck off. Don't care.
How long are you going for? A week? 2?
Yes, sir. 1 week.
1 week. Oh.
We depart Charleston on the 6th. Board the ship at 10:30 in the morning. And we return at 8 a.m. on the 11th. We'll be visiting Nassau and Half Moon Cay.
Very nice. Let's just hope the the movie on the boat isn't the Titanic. I mean, that will not go down. What was that? Fucking iceberg? We're in the Caribbean. No, it's a fucking hurricane. It's gonna fucking blow the fuck out here.
Listen, at this point, I really don't care. The shit that we've dealt with this past year from all of our governments is just beyond anything I could have imagined in a creative writing class.
Yeah.
Mallery calls it our Poseidon adventure.
Oh, Jesus.
As long as it's not K-19.
Well, it's a toss between the two, isn't it? The side invention, the Titanic.
As long as it's not K-19. Because, you know, with all this shit going on between Ukraine and Russia and the Russians sending their submarines down to Cuba, that sub better not identify our Carnival cruise as a freaking military warship.
Oh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? That would be interesting.
I am looking forward to taking a flight down there. I'm not happy about it being 5 o'clock in the morning. We leave Pittsburgh at 5 o'clock in the morning, have some layover somewhere, I don't know where, and then end up in South Carolina before lunch.
It's kind of that kind of shit. I mean, something like the UK holds some of the flights. I mean, I flew once. I don't know why. We only went to Spain. I think we were in Benidorm. The flight was 4 o'clock in the morning. You're like, what? And like, you've got to be there for 3 o'clock because you've got to check in an hour before your flight. It just was no point in going to bed. And like the first day when you got there, you were just like, you know what I mean? Absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, because we're flying out of Pittsburgh in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. We land, obviously, in South Carolina at like noon. We can't check into the hotel until like 3:30, 4 o'clock that evening. So we're going to have to go around Charleston and just, you know, try and take in some sights or something.
Yeah, but lugging all your luggage around as well, or are they just kind of transfer to the hotel for you?
Got to lug our luggage around, so it's like, where are you going to go see that you have to take your luggage with you?
That's not going to be good.
Listen, I'd say that I'm not going to stress over this. I was grateful when the opportunity came up that I got to go along with it. My wife feels horrible that I got to cancel the stream again next week, but you know what?
Yeah, no.
She needs a break.
Yeah.
She's busted her ass nonstop since we got married. She needs a break.
Fucking don't worry about the show, mate. You know, life first, mate. Enjoy it. I just want daily vlogs.
You only live once.
I want daily vlogs. What you doing? Where you going? Right,
I plan on taking plenty of pictures and stuff like that. My question is, what am I taking with me? You know, I can't take this onto an airplane because of the batteries. My wife already got an extended battery pack. So it's like you're only limited on how much lithium you can carry with you.
I thought might have let you have the batteries on, but not in the device, you know, in a proper container and out the way. I thought you could have carried them because, let's face it, if you've got any other electrical appliances that run on lithium batteries, you can take them on. I would have
Quite
thought.
honestly, I'm just going to go on like this. Thing lasts a month. I'm only gone for a week.
The only thing about carrying vape gear on a plane is your liquid will just go once the cabin's pressurized. So make sure everything's empty. It'll just spew all over. It'll just go everywhere. Yeah, mate.
The other thing I can do,
go up, you enjoy.
Nick was talking about it. Pouches. I could slap this in my pocket. Take this.
But nothing beats a vape, though. That's the thing. That could tide you over, but nothing actually beats a nice vape.
Well, I can't exclusively use that the whole time. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I could take a couple of these, still sealed in the package. So it wouldn't even be an issue.
Well, they've still got a battery in them, one at the end of the day, so that's what I'm saying. The battery issue shouldn't be an issue. I wouldn't have thought.
No, because this, as small as this is, it wouldn't even be questioned.
See, your luggage might be good going through airport security, all full of electrical devices. Like, hold on, let's check this fucker out.
I'm curious to see if I'm going to find any of these available for sale down there on the island.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Or they might have some, like, I don't know, some natives that's made their own out of fucking wood and shit, and the vape other shit.
You know me, if I find something like that, I'll bring it back. We can talk about it on the show. I don't give a shit.
Here's a rolled up leaf.
And they might have some wacky tobacco down there. Who knows?
Yeah, it'll be palm tree leaf, coconuts, coconut oil. Let's go.
I don't know, mate. I don't know.
No, honestly, don't worry about the show, man. You go and have fun, mate. Honestly, I'm buzzing for you. Totally over the moon for you, mate. Need a bit of quality.
My wife's
time
all
with
worried
the
about it.
better
She's
off
like,
anyway.
what happens if you get a gout flare up or something the day before? I'm like, I don't care. We're going to have a good time. Don't worry about me.
You cross that bridge when you come from, mate. You know
Because
that.
she's like, this was originally supposed to be a girls' trip. When it was her and my daughter, it was a girls' trip, right? So then, my daughter bailed, and it was like, okay, I'll take my friend from work. It's still a girls' trip, right? We got spa days planned. We're going to go swimming with the pigs and whatever. And now it's like, when she bailed, she's like, oh, it's not going to be a girls' trip anymore. Don't get me wrong. I love you, and I love having you here and everything, and I love going on vacation with you, but it ain't going to be a girls' trip no more. And I'm like, would you rather just not say that? Would you rather go alone? She's like, no. I'm like, well, then don't worry about it. She's like, but I know you don't like to be a lobster.
I can just see you now in the spa with your little towel on, your cucumber on your eyes. This is fucking A.
I don't care. I'll enjoy the spa.
Exactly. Just
my thing is, I won't be out in the sun. I'll be in the shade. So if she wants to lay poolside out in the sun, getting tanned or whatever, be my guest. Don't worry about me. Go enjoy the sun. This is your vacation.
That's what I'm saying. But a nice quality time, man. Can't beat it.
Hammock and beer. Yeah, well, they have plenty of shaded areas that are poolside on the opposite side of the pool that are shaded. And we got the drink package, so I'm going to have a good old time. Oh, yeah.
You're going to have a very good time, mate.
Yeah, because the thing about it, the last time I actually got a holiday was when we went to Gatlinburg, Tennessee. And we took my mother with us, which was a whole different adventure.
Oh, it will be, yeah.
So
I always wondered about that. Like, all the couples on a boat, they all go out, get married, all that and frisky. I wonder if the whole boat rocks on a night time.
I sent her one of those in a text message one day to lighten the mood, because she was all worried about it and getting the plane name reservations changed and all this other stuff. And so I sent her a picture of it. It was a picture of one of those cruise ships rocking back and forth in a hurricane. I'm like, here you go, babe. Are you ready to go on the cruise? She's like, as long as you wear your Hawaiian shirt, I am. Okay. Job done.
Nah, mate, honestly, go and have fun, mate. Enjoy it. Deserve it, mate.
And the
Everybody
beer
needs a
package
break.
was more expensive than the makeup package. But it'll be worth it.
Well, there you go. There you go. What can I say?
Listen.
You're going to come back as red as that shirt.
I don't care. As long as my wife has a good time, it's going to be worth it.
Yeah, pay you to have a good time. That's just what it is. Pay you. Good time. Make memories. That's what it's all about, man. Make memories.
The hard part for me is to finish up these 3 videos before we leave.
Don't worry about them, man. They're not going anywhere. They can wait. What's a week? You know what I mean?
Pretty damn good stuff, though.
That's it. When you go on vacation, you forget about work, you forget about all that. You just forget about that. Forget about it. Enjoy, man. Go and enjoy it.
Well, I can't forget about it any longer. It's time for us to get into our retro vape, which ain't a retro vape. It's the new Hell Vape Dead Rabbit 3. Just came out. It got sent to me, and the one is completely open, so that's going to be our retro vape today. Get started on that early.
Look forward to it.
Up for your entertainment today, you get a nice early peek at the Hell Vape Dead Rabbit 3. And I said it came opened, no cellophane on the package. Let's take a look and see what she looks like. I love stainless steel. Boy, that's weird how they have that rainbow in the glass. Nice. Quarter turn.
I got some of there totally put up when a frame falls.
Not the same cam mechanism as it's on the Fat Rabbit.
Where the fucking hell? Oh. That's the one I've got. I think mine's the old one, mate. I was just digging out my little... He's Fat Rabbit, not me Rampant Rabbit. Oh, this one's the Dead Rabbit.
Yeah.
That's the one I've got. It's the Dead Rabbit R tank. That was the one I've dug out. The old Dead Rabbit R tank.
I don't know if you caught on to that. Look at this glass that they have on there. It's got like a rainbow.
Yeah, you said there was rainbow.
But it's just the glass.
I know what.
If I take this off and put the bubble glass on, it came in the package.
I remember this one.
There goes the drip tip flying off.
Yes, I remember that now. The R tank had the rebuildable mesh one in it. That's what that was. Ah.
Okay. What else comes in the package? Our usual peripherals.
Did you that's coming in. Oh, I'm gonna have a quick look at that. I can't remember how you.
I love their coils. I'm rocking the original ones that came with the Fat Rabbit. Is this 5mm too? That's like, is that like their new standard for all of their stuff? Five millimeters. And a user manual, print style.
How the fuck did that go again? Right. I remember how that went.
Interesting.
Yeah, you built your own fucking coil, didn't you?
You have to build your own coil for that one.
Yeah, but it was the mesh. It was the old mesh coil. You wrapped a wick round a piece of mesh. I remember how that went now. Fuck me, that's an old fucking one, that, like, isn't it? You know what it is? It's empty. I might fucking fill it up with something, give it a bash. Quarter turn top. I'll fill it up with some of this, see what it's gone like. It might be, I don't know if this was a leaker or not, I can't remember. I'll fill it up. It's got a clean coil in. That's bottom airflow, like, so I bet 10 to 1 will fucking leak. Filled about halfway.
Oh. Flathead. I don't know why I thought it was going to be a
Flathead
hex
screws. Ooh.
Yeah.
Did that for a while. What can I put it on for the time being? I'll try it on that, couldn't I?
You know, my OCD is going nuts right now because I didn't pre-bend these leads.
Oh, God, you and your OC bloody D's, lad. Proper OCD, man.
But listen, that's what they want you to do. They want you to cut it to 5 millimeters and drop them in there.
It actually sits on there quite nicely, actually. Looks nice. So I'll put a battery in this and see what it guns like. Never used it for ages, this thing. Which way we're going?
You know, the one thing that nobody's done, and I don't understand why, is when you put these in here, the lead length on the one side is always longer than it is on the other side. So if you drop them in and push them down to the bottom, you know what I mean? It's tighten the top one first, the shorter one first, then tighten the other one.
Pulls it about, like, doesn't it?
And then pull your coils off to the side because you got to do the other side. Somebody left me a comment on an older video that said the same thing. They're like, you can't pre-bend the leads. They're meant to be cut that way. The cutting tool has multiple holes, and you're not supposed to change it because you're changing the height of the coil. All right, well, I'll try it your way first.
What I've got here, William, that's what I'm just trying there. It's the dead rabbit art tank. I was just seeing which one I had regarding the fat rabbit stroke dead rabbit stuff as an RTA, and it is the R tank. It's like them. It's a rebuildable mesh coil. You put the coil on a jig and you put it in a cage, and you wrap the cotton round, you put it in a cage, and you just trim the excess cotton off. So you could build your own mesh coil DIY thing. Weird little setup. Like a little special tool to wrap it around and all.
She looks pretty.
I'm vaping it now. It's the flavor of it's phenomenal.
0.12.
I remember rigging it up, and I had a go of it with one juice in, and then for whatever reason I just put it down. I don't know if it pissed it. I don't know if it leaked on us or not. I wonder if that's why I put it to the side. I wonder if it pissed out on us. It goes quite nice on that. It fits. Look at that. It's on the SX Mini there. It's just very nice. Looks like a nice bit of kit. Very nice. Yeah, it's very fucking airy though. Jesus Christ. Look at how you can breathe through it. Jesus. Oh, fucking hell.
You all right there, mate?
I need a drink. I opened it right up and took a lungful. There was too much air. I was breathing through the fucker. Jesus. Like having an aqua lung on. Oh, that's better. Yeah, it's why did I put this? There must have been a reason why I put a shelf in. I don't know why, and I'm wondering if it just fucking leaked its arse out. That's what I'm wondering. It just dumped its ass full of juice, but it's cold at the moment, like. Fucking hell, man, that's nice. Yeah, that's
Good
right. Within
now.
the nest, it was the nest was by Market Nature Vapes, wasn't it? Nature Vapes done that. He sent us out sent us one out for review. Nest RDA.
How you like that? It broke into 0.18.
Shit. Well, that's quite nice. I'm gonna go fully open there. See what's like. Mate, it kicked some clouds out. This is like, wow.
I like the tension on that airflow ring. So, here's the question. Do you think it's going to be as good as the Fat Rabbit?
Well, judging by what you've said, it's going to be a hard one to beat, isn't it? Fucking hell. You see how much shit this thing kicks out? Fucking nuts. What's this fella? Fucking hell.
That's a cloud chucker.
Fuck's sake. Jesus. Wow. I'm only running at 65 watts. Fucking Jesus.
There isn't much tension on that, let me tell you, pulling that through there.
It's moving your coil a bit, so it might be okay. So
Yeah,
just
a little bit.
Maybe he's pulling your coil over slightly. That reminds me, I need to get some more cotton. I need to get some more Firebolt. I need to order some.
Oh. I always hated that. Look at that. So
Yeah,
now this is way.
just falling apart. Holy moly.
Trash. All right. Let's line it up with the edge. Does it any comb at it at all?
Fucking hell. What if the flavor's any better if I turn it down? Have a look. I'll have to dig the box out for that because I'm sure I've got more coils for it. That's really nice. Why did I shelve that? Why did I put that on the side? I don't understand why I've shelved this. I don't understand why I've done it. It must have leaked or something. There's no sign of leakage. Very odd.
Oh, this is one of those ones where there really isn't anything. This is like the one you've been vaping on. Fagan's bulk.
Yeah.
There really isn't much of a slot to put them in. They just sit along the edge of the tank.
Just sit on the top. It's just sitting just on the top there, like a dam method, perhaps.
Yeah.
It seems to be tucking in there nicely, like. I mean, it's gone in, isn't it?
Yeah.
by the time it gets soaked in the liquid and expands a bit, that should just block that up quite nicely. Holy fuck, I'm well impressed with that. Why have I put that on the side? Why have I shelved that? I don't know why I've shelved this. You can always, like William Dobson said, you can always thin it out a bit more to see if you can get it in, but if it's going in.
The problem is it's going in, but it's coming right back out. So it's like the bulk. Do you want to put some e-liquid on it first? Or do you just play with it a little bit?
I suggest that sometimes you can put a bit of liquid on just to flatten it out.
So to make sure it's actually all the way down in there and not folded. I've had that before where you put it down in there and it literally folds right where the dam point is. No. So there's plenty of room in there. Well, let's go with the same fried banana that I used on the other one.
I know I was looking for that Peruvian juice, but it must be a US maker because there's none of it over in the UK.
It is made in the U.S. I took a look at it on the bottle. Yeah. If you look under the fine print, you'll see the lab that it's actually formulated in or mixed up in California.
Yeah. Really good stuff and all, yeah?
I love it. The sweet apple sugar baby is my favorite.
Ooh,
the southern peach is really good. I think it's the best peach flavor. The only thing I've had that's even close to it is the squeezed peach. Squeezed is the brand. Not enough juice to vaporize it. Look at that boiling it off of there.
Well, I was just thinking if you hire a couple in me box, I'll send you some dosh out for them and I'll pay for them.
Yeah.
Go try a couple.
Yeah, I'll place an order. Get it into your Christmas package.
I'll send some dosh over for you. In fact, I've actually got to put one of these away for you, to be honest with you. But I mean, I say put one away, but there you go, sir. The English £5 note with the king on. That would go with your queen. There's the king. Oh, you can have your sitting next to your queen. The queen and her son. There'll be loads of them about by then, I imagine. I'm just waiting for them to do some coins. I mean, I haven't seen a pound coin yet with his head on. I don't know if they're out yet. They probably are in circulation.
Oh, look at that. Remember the P? We did the Pangu?
Yep.
On a show? Pissed itself all over the mod.
Yo, it's dumped it.
I'm like, that was such a delicious vape on stainless steel coils. I'm like, oh, I don't know why I waited so long to use this one. Now I know. This is typical back in the day. When you get a fantastic experience out of a stock coiler back then, more than likely it was going to end up pissing itself all over your stuff.
Yeah. Normally the case. Which is a shame, because like I say, when you're getting such a nice vape off something, it's so annoying, isn't it, when that fucking happens? Like, I fucking hate it. Especially when you're out and about.
Yeah, and now that it's pissed itself all over this mod, I'm like, I don't even want to use it anymore. I'm going to take it, rinse it in the sink, and I'm going to put it on the shelf, and it's going to sit there as a display piece. 5 years from now, I'll open up the other one that we couldn't get apart. And another retro vape.
It'll be an antique vape, not a retro vape.
Lord only knows what we're going to have by then.
I've still got, I mean, I had two, and this guy begged us to sell him one. and I sell them it, but I've still got the original, the very first Steam Craver Aromomizer, the one with the little elastic band on. That's still brand new in its box. Fucking collector's piece.
So we'll go to 60 watts, break it in. As you can tell, I need to replace my batteries. Those are paired batteries. One's at 59, one's at 81.
That's odd. It's probably like mine. Mine are all. I need to get some more batteries. Mine are all starting to die now. They're not holding that charge as well as they used to. Still charging. I can still get a D out of them, but they're not as good as they used to be.
Yeah, when they were brand new, I would change them once every 24 hours, roughly about the same time. Right. Maybe an hour or two longer than 24 hours. But now it's just like... All right, we'll try this one off at 60 watts. I do like the way that looks.
Does look nice, very nice. Drip tip's nice as well, like a frosted drip tip.
I flooded that deck. Turn that wattage up. I want to vaporize all that stuff off of there.
This is fantastic. Why have I not used this?
There we go.
I don't understand why I haven't used this. Why have I not used this? What a top cap.
The Dead Rabbit 3. Damn, that's pretty fucking good. Need more wattage though. 60 watts is not vaporizing this properly.
Bit of heat, sir. Bit of heat. Bit of heat in it.
Wow. What are they using for these coils? That's what I want to know.
Not just NI80s, or that's what the bog standard seems to be nowadays, doesn't it?
Probably. That's probably what they are. They're not labeled anywhere. That's my only complaint.
That's my pet hate. That I hate when they put coils and they don't tell you what they are.
Turn this airflow down a little bit. A little too much for my taste.
Oh, ow! Holy moly!
Shit, that's pretty fucking good.
That's 70 watts.
Compared to the Fat Rabbit.
Holy shit.
I like the airflow on the Fat Rabbit better.
Holy mother of God. Can you see
the guy
me?
that left a comment on there that said that the airflow was hollow on the other one definitely can't make that statement with this one.
There's a chucker. Have I not used this?
The flavor on this one is like, remember the one time I had the one coil that wasn't heating up at exactly the same rate as the other coil? And how it got a really, really saturated vape, and you got like a lot of the flavorful characteristics of the vape in addition to the voluminous plumes? That's what this one feels like.
This thing's just why that's bugging me now. Why I put this one down? Jesus Christ, that's just full.
I'm having a hard time accepting that that's more flavorful than this one. This has upper and side airflow. This one just has top-down airflow that's directed all the way to the bottom and then across the coils. This is like my arbiter.
I think the other one, because it's got bottom airflow, and bottom airflow always adds flavour. Always. That's where the advantage will be on the other one.
But this one, I'm getting like that, not the spitback flavor, but like the not fully vaporized flavor. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
When you get one coil that's a little bit less than the other one, and you get like one that's completely vaporizing it, but it lacks flavor because it's actually overheating. And then the other one is just running at the lower end of the acceptable vaporization limit, and it's super saturated. That's what this is.
I need to take a few hits to get it all thingied off, but yeah,
these coils are about a week in, so I'm curious to see if I re-wick that one, how does it taste compared to this? Because you know yourself, once you start building up that crap on the coils, you're not going to get that full flavor.
No.
Like you get on brand new coils. That is a super saturated experience. Holy shit.
That's got a bubble. That's the bubble glass, yeah.
That's 2 tanks that beat my arbiter. Son of a bitch.
I'll show you the one I've got. It's you'll see what I mean when I show you the tank. That's like the tank. It's the R tank. But the coils are DIY. You make them like so. You've got a tool kit there. You've got your mesh coil.
Oh.
You wrap your wick round it, and then
that's
you drop
like my
the wick and the coil
Creamhild
in the cage. Yeah. So you know that jig, it's perfect size. It drops that into the cage. Then you trim them off, and you end up with that. But I don't know why I put it down. It's bugging me why I've decided to put that down. Because I'm
gonna have to pull out my
now.
Creamhild. That'll be the retro vape next time that we do a live show. It's exactly that same design.
Like I said, it's mint. The flavour and the clouds of it's fucking. Why have I put it down? It's mint. Absolutely delicious.
This is just as good as any stock coil tank I've ever had. Rebuildable with just top airflow? What? How is that possible without having any bottom airflow?
Oh, I've got a few top airflows, man. They work. They just work.
It's not the same flavor characteristics that this one puts out, though. The fried,
like I said,
the fried banana split, the fried aspect of it is more accurate on this one than it is on the Fat Rabbit 3.
Because, like I said, your bottom airflow on that one's the advantage. You've got that bottom airflow coming in.
This one gives more like the caramel aspects to that fried banana split. And more of the cream is awoken in this one than it is in that one.
Yeah.
There's no banana in this. I can't tell really any banana flavor. It's like a fried ice cream. We had a restaurant here that used to actually do that. They would do fried ice cream as your dessert. They legit, scooped out the ice cream, made this big ball of ice cream, and dropped that into a vat of fry oil. and fried your ice cream. So you got a hard, crispy shell on the outside of it, and they served it to you on a plate.
Oh, very nice. I mean, you could do that. I thought it would just melt into a gurgly mess in the fucking pan, you know what I mean?
They probably rolled it in some kind of like graham cracker, crushed graham cracker or something.
Yeah.
To insulate that ice cream.
Or even dip it in butter. Dip it in butter, then drop it in. Ooh. That'd be nice.
That's really nice. I really like that. It's not enough for me to give it this cruise, though. Sorry. I'm gonna have to look at the airline specifications. Can I take this on my cruise?
It'll be the missus. Possibly.
Can I take this on my cruise? Yes, I can. Because I have one still in the box here I can do for the review video when I come back. And the thing is, by then, I'll already have formulated my opinion on this, on how good it is. And then I'll re-wick this. I'll re-wick the Arbiter. And here we go again with the Blaze and the Blaze Solo. I got to do them all again. And it's all going to have the same e-liquid. All this stuff they're coming out with now is so freaking good, you legit have to start them all off with brand new coils, brand new wicks, the same e-liquid to try and come up with, is it 10% better? Is it 20% better? It's just... Yeah. That's what somebody left a comment. Like, you said the same thing that Hell Vape says. It's 15% better. Nowhere in my video did I say it was 15%. I said it was 20, 25% better. I don't think that they evaluated it high enough.
There you go, mate. From the horse's mouth. You can take your mods, but your juice has got to be in your luggage, your hold all, your check bag. There you go, mate. You're sorted. Take what you want. Woohoo! Yeah, you obviously with the liquid rule on planes, I'll just put the liquid in your luggage that cans at the bottom of the plane. Not your hand luggage.
I'll take the syringe, I'll pull the liquid out of this one, pull the batteries, throw them in a proper case.
Boom.
Throw it in my check-in stuff. Half a bottle. I'm gonna have to order another one.
Might need a fresh bottle to go with you, mate. The way you're going through that. And plus, them tanks, I mean, are the thirsty tanks? Do you plow through the juice in them? So, you know, you'll need a couple of bottles.
Listen, we made that Sweetheart I Love You last week. Maybe I should take that with me. I don't know if it's ready yet.
Ooh, yes.
Or I could take my banana marshmallow custard tart. That should be ready by now.
Ooh.
This is a refilled bottle. Ooh. No, it wasn't made season 1, episode 12. We made this like 4 episodes ago, a month ago.
Ooh.
It should be ready.
Oh my God.
Keeping that banana theme rolling, man.
Mod can have liquid in it, and she was saying you can only have 3 ounces of liquid on your carry-on, and your bottle juices more than 3 ounces. So you'd have to put that in your cargo luggage. Whatever suitcase goes in the cargo hold, put your liquid in there. Because we've got that, the minute you're only allowed like 100 milliliters of liquid in your hand luggage to carry on the plane, you're not allowed anything more. Yeah, you can take your shit. You can take your stuff with you, mate.
3 ounces to milliliters is 88 milliliters.
Yeah, which is about 100 milliliters of air. In the UK, it's 100 ml. Don't know if it's any different for the States.
I could take a 60 ml bottle and pour that into a 60 ml bottle.
Yeah.
So 60 mils in the bottle and 5 in the tank.
the wife's. Your wife just said this. She never had a problem taking a 60ml bottle. There you go, sir. Problem solved. Just sorted.
Job done.
I
That
can just
plus
see,
one of
sitting
these,
by that
I'm
pool.
done for the week. And just in case, I'll take this for the actual plane ride. Throw it under my gum
I
for the
just
plane
see you now.
trips.
I can just see you now, sitting by that pool, your pint and your vape. Whoa, jobs are good. Happy days, mate. Happy days. I'm quite impressed with that. Why did I fucking put that? I'm still wondering why I put that on the shelf. Appling.
Do you have spare mesh for that? And cotton?
Yeah. Yeah. It's in the box. I think you got about 2 or 3 coils.
See, when I ordered my Crime Hill, I ordered straight from China. I don't know if it was 3A Vape, 3F Vape, or one of them sites, straight from China. And I ordered 10 boxes of the spare mesh and cotton to go with it. I'm like, this is Vape Apocalypse purchase. I want to have spare mesh and spare cotton to go with it. A proper one, not some.
I mean, basically,
homemade
it's
one.
just a mesh coil with legs, and there's other companies that do them type of coils anyway for the tank. So I don't think it'd be hard to get if I needed any. But I'm positive I've got some. I think I've still got a load up for when I had the Nest. The Nest up by Market Nature Vape was the same, with just coils with legs. I'm sure you sent a load of coils up with it.
60 watt guy, they're called different things in different parts of the world. All throughout Europe, a lot of the flavorings are labeled aromas.
Yeah.
Like Flavor Art is sold as an aroma in Europe, and it's sold as a flavoring in the United States. Exact same thing. You go to their website, because of the language translations, it's aroma. When it translates from Italian to English, it translates as aroma, not flavoring.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, different countries will give them different names.
Yes. And anywhere, if you read in China, this is the part that really kills the industry and they don't even realize it. They label this as vape oil, but there's no actual oil in it. But the way that the Chinese language translates to English, it translates as an oil, even though it's technically not scientifically an oil. It's water-based.
Nope.
But whatever the Chinese word is for vape fluid translates to vape oil.
See, now you know why that Australian pharmacy's totally fucked up, because they think it's an oil and you rub it on your body. They're buying it from China.
They're probably getting it from New Zealand, but the New Zealand pharmacy didn't tell the Australian pharmacy how to properly use it.
Exactly.
Because the only reason that they would be selling 100 milligram per milliliter concentration is for a DIYer nicking up their bottles for a nick shot.
They are called one
shot.
shots. 60 watt. Your one shot, yeah. Just a bottle of flavouring. You add your BG and your secret sauce and Bob's your uncle.
One shot.
You can get them in. Oh, you can get them like 250ml bottles. Oh, we know that, mate. You don't need a sign for that one. We know that one.
Here's one.
There you go. Anarchy white, that's lovely, that. That is nice, that. I've had that. Bloody delicious.
I can't believe I still have some left.
God, you're joking on it. It's really nice, that. Anarchy white. Nice.
I got another one. We actually made the recipe, but I have the one shot for, remember the splice?
That's nice as well. That's really
Lemon
nice.
lime
That's
ice
a nice
cream.
flavor. Yeah, really nice.
One I wish I had more of.
That one. Gingerbread. Oof.
Oh, that was so good.
The one that stands out for me is his maca apple pie. That is just out of this fucking world, the maca apple pie. I used to love that.
I gotta make the DIY of this for Christmas this year. I gotta figure out what flavorings are inside it. I got 2 rows of empty one-shot bottles there. We've mixed up here before. Really saturated vape.
Love it.
Very saturated vape. It accentuates the creams more than anything else. Like the fried ice cream portion of it that I get in the Fat Rabbit is depicted more of a caramel flavor in this one. And the banana is lackluster if at all present. I have to pull out the Fat Rabbit or the Dead Rabbit 3 and compare it. I gotta see what the actual differences are.
Yep.
It's sitting on my shelf back there. I've never been a Dead Rabbit fan.
I've
had every single one from the very original first, bunny ear one to the latest one. So
I was never a fan of.
I don't know.
Like I say, I thought the wicks just hung too long, especially on the RGAs. I was like, wow. It was the height of the coils.
Yeah, on the original ones. I never had a dry hit like I did on like the Profile. The Profile always had dry hits constantly. Like it took forever fiddling with this and fiddling with this to try and get it to go. And then I'm like, okay, I understand why everybody said that was the best. But it's not worth the hours and hours it took of finicking with the wicks to get it to work right.
It was a bugger to wick. I remember seeing that it was a bit of a swine to wick up. Like it was a bit like the Kylans, when they came out, they were fantastic, but they were just a pig to wick. You could either get it right or badly wrong.
This one actually is easier than the bulk. Not by much, but this one at least has a reservoir for your wicks to stand on into.
Yeah, the bulks just kind of hang down. But I think the old GTA style deck on the bulks, if I remember correctly, you just tuck it in. It's still a nice tank, still a nice vape, lovely vape.
Fantastic vape.
Absolutely
I truly
love
love this.
There
Can't
you
believe it's
go.
going to take a trip to the Caribbean, though.
I can't believe is the Arbiter going to end up on the shelf? That's the one I can't believe.
Yeah, I got 6 of them. What am I going to do now?
Oh,
I can't believe I need to revisit the Arbiter 2 because now my airflow preferences have changed. I like the tighter draws now. I didn't 2 years ago. I wanted the original Arbiter because of the tiny bit more airflow it gives you. Now it's like I'm closing the opening and the airflows constantly, and it's like,
yeah, the Arbiter 2 might be a little go-to
maybe
next.
I underappreciated the Arbiter 2 improvement.
Yeah, maybe. You may get that out and go, oh, I love this Arbiter 2. Arbiter 1 on the shelf.
I never thought I'd see the day when that would be permanently retired.
Nah, I don't think you never do, because I've looked
I'm
at some
always
going to
revisit tanks, but I mean to not have it in the rotation of my all-day vapes is going to be weird. Like this one, this Solo, the Dead Rabbit Solo, that's going to get retired quick. There's nothing really wrong with it. It's just not as good as these other ones I'm dealing with every day.
Because you're spoiled for choice, mate. That's the thing. You're spoiled for choice.
And I remember I had an unopened Fat Rabbit that I had bought before our vacation. I ended up sending it to Dusty.
Ah.
The one time.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I don't want another one. I got one. I have one as a comparison to fall back on to check on it later, but I don't need 2 of them. I don't see me getting rid of any of these Arbiters, though.
You don't need 6 Arbiters. I mean, how?
But it's like my Steam Crave stuff. I was sold a false bill of goods whenever I first got into vaping. Everybody was like, oh, Steam Crave is the best in the world. Never goes bad. Always, perfect, blah, blah, blah. But the vape experience wasn't perfect. Could you get a good vape out of it? Sure. It didn't really require a lot of fiddling with your wicks. It went in easy, but it just wasn't as saturated a vape as what I get on this Dead Rabbit 3. Ever.
Yeah, but I think the steam craves were more like cloud chuggers than flavor. They've always have
Yes.
been. You know, with size, they've always went big. I mean, that's the market to hit.
So many tanks, rebuildable tanks all over the place.
There you go, right? 60 watt guy, the Ragnar by Steam Crave. That was a good tank. Lovely tank, that.
Way better than the Aromomizer 1 or the 2 or the 3. That is fantastic. As massive as that is, the only problem is I didn't put a ring on it.
And you broke it.
And I broke the glass. I thought it was indestructible. Camp proved wrong.
No.
Camp proved me wrong. So I need to change the glass on
Steam
it.
Crave did get better and better. But the claim to fame for Steam Crave, you would never have had any of these if it wasn't for Steam Crave, because they pretty much invented the first RDTA. It was them that set the ball rolling. Wouldn't have had them without Steam Crave.
They got the ball rolling, and they got others to try and do what they did. Obviously, they failed miserably on their first iteration. The Dead Rabbit was the first one that didn't fail miserably. It actually could beat Steam Crave. And then came the Dead Rabbit 2, and now the Dead Rabbit 3, now the Dead Rabbit 3 2024. Just the only reason somebody won't switch from smoking to vaping because of the misinformation. Not because they won't get a pleasurable experience.
Oh, God, that's only true. That's so true.
The days of Phil and Dimitri having to weed through 100 different new products released a month to find, the best 3 or 4 are long gone. Everything that the people are coming out with nowadays are almost immaculate.
It's like you're saying, I've always said, like, how far can you go? You know what I mean? We had the wattage race, we had the friggin', the flavor race, we had the airflow race. So, what's next? That's the thing. How far can you push it?
Mate, that's when you and I are going to retire. If we get to the point where we only want mouth to lung, we're done.
I don't think I'll ever do that. I don't mind them now and then, but I don't think I'll be only.
Oh, I'm the same way, man. This is Aspire Zelos. Fantastic mouth to lung tank. Sits on my thing. Beautiful. Doesn't leak.
Yeah. Nice.
Can't
nice
just
kit.
vape this. I'd rather have a disposable.
Yeah.
Sorry, Aspire.
Well,
Guess I got contacted by a company that I found out to be a derivative or subsidiary to Aspire. They're making a disposable and supposedly sending it over.
Interesting.
Curious to see what we're gonna produce. I still can't believe how I got these masking vapes so wrong on the flavor profile the first time.
And now,
sorry, but that's a red apple lemon.
What were you thinking, man? What were you thinking?
I'm wondering if maybe I got some spit back earlier that day with a different tank on some DIY liquid, and it was so pungent on my palate that I couldn't actually taste what those were.
Possibility.
That's why I hate doing DIY with ice in it.
Yeah.
Or even disposables with ice. That ice is on your tongue like all day. I don't care how much coffee you drink or whatever. It's still that.
Yeah, it takes some getting rid of ice. That's why I was never really a fan of it. I don't mind a little bit. I can deal with it in disposables, but if it's too much, nah. Hell no. Not for me. Good old basic flavor. Love it.
Aspire's going to be selling some disposables.
Bit late in the day, liking it.
Listen, when 60% of the market is disposables, you got to go where the money is. You got to go where your customers are.
Yeah.
China has always met the vapors where they were at. What they were demanding, ridiculous or not, they were going to make what you asked for.
Oh, true. No problem. Definitely.
So when they make something and nobody wants to buy it, they're not going to make any more of them.
No.
But if 60% of the market's buying disposables and you're a vape company, you're going to make a disposable. And you'll shield your company and make it under some subsidiary name in case the FDA wants to come after you. You can close shop, even though you're not closing shop. You're just changing the name of the company.
Yeah. But that was the kind of pattern with all the early sub-ohms. You know, you got them for a while. They made the coils for about a year or two, then they just stopped making the coils because obviously the devices weren't selling anymore. So eventually just got fizzled out, didn't they? And that fucking part.
Kind of like when you get a vape that's super saturated, and then it's like, it's not that you get vapor's tongue, but you got to get immune to those flavor profile. And it takes more and more of it for you to really recognize it.
Yeah. Could be vapor's tongue, like, because that's a bugger. You can't taste jack shit with that.
I had that once. 4 years ago? Almost 4 years ago?
Oh, I've had about 3 times, me. It's horrible.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I used to just vape custard all the time. That was it. That was my flavor profile. Constantly. Then one day you just got no taste, and it doesn't just with vape. It goes with your food, everything. You just can't taste jack shit. And you're like, fuck. Honestly.
Fortunately, I never got that with the grape. I just got to the point where I don't like it anymore.
One of the cues, what I did, lemon, I just went out, sucked on a lemon, went, and then I'd done the job, but it was horrible.
Yeah, I get why that claim is easy to make, because you have a piece that's all plastic and there's a battery inside here and it's hermetically sealed, so it's not easy to properly recycle it. But in the big grand scheme of things, this displaces 4 cartons of cigarette butts. What's worse for the environment?
But again, there's the other side of that argument. A specialist recycle centre will have them pulled apart in no time. You know, they'll have machines or whatever, they'll crush them, whatever. So it is possible to do so. It's just a majority of the places that sell this stuff don't offer recycling services. That's the problem. In the UK, they're all saying, disposable are bad for the environment. And that they don't promote, well, there's a recycling centre there you don't hear none of that. There's very few recycling centres for them.
And if you think about this logically, you have a company that will make something like this, right? And they'll use the ultrasonic vibration method to fuse the orange and the white plastic together. And they do that because they don't want you as a consumer to open this up. How many times have they gotten the bad rap because some bloke bought one of these just for the purposes of opening it up and pointing how disgusting it is and blah, 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 right? So you want to hermetically seal this thing so nobody does that. Yes, you create a problem where it's not going to be properly recycled, but
it's a kind of a competitor thing as well. You don't want to give too much away to your competitors, so you make it very difficult for your competitors to piss about with it. You know what I mean? That's kind of some of the reasoning behind as well, which you kind of get.
Yeah, and real competitors are going to tear that apart anyway to see what you're doing and compare it to their stuff. They'll look at your board, they'll look at what size batteries you're actually using in them.
Yeah, without
how do you get them
That's
to
why
fit
they're all
into
so similar now. Pretty, that's how there's so many disposables out there now.
Before the big
same
scaremongering that was going on from all the countries that were going to ban disposables, they were talking about making these not out of plastic, but out of wood pulp. So that the outer portion of it would break down if it got wet and stayed wet for a long enough period.
Yeah.
The whole thing would just disintegrate, and all you'd have is an electronic board in there and the metal parts, the wiring and the coil.
Yeah.
The rest of it was all going to be, disintegratable. But
I mean, they're thrown away, is it just down to bad usage? People just can't be asked to recycle and just throw them away. It's us, it's human, it's us that's the lazy gets. You know what I mean? It all can be recycled, all of it. But they don't want to do that because they just want to give it a bad name. We've had this discussion many times in the past, what we could do with them.
They never talk about this part of it, okay? When they want to bring up about how bad disposable vapes are for the environment, let's compare it to something that actually is in the environment. All the child's toys. 80% of child's toys end up in landfills. Plastic, not recycled.
Yep. Yep. Plastic, even though it is a fantastic material and it's cheap to manufacture, is the biggest scourge of pollution to this day. Massive. We're not talking like just hiding a bottle in the street. You're talking all the microplastics that are now getting into the sea and rivers and all that crap.
As parents, we know this firsthand. They want to talk about how, you've got laptops, you've got cell phones, they all have batteries and electronics and they don't get recycled, blah, blah, blah. But you go through those that often, once every 2, 3, 4 years now. Child's toys. How many toys did we buy for our kids that they bashed and smashed and tore to smithereens in way record time that we thought, or simply outgrew and you pitched it, and it just goes in the landfill?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any news reports about all the plastic problems with child's toys.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the uproar? Hypocrites.
There isn't. That's the thing. There isn't. There isn't any friggin' uproar on that.
Let's move on. Let's do a random recipe, or do you want to do doggy time first?
I want to have a look at your pooches. How's he doing anyway, your pooly pooch? Is he back like firing on all 4 cylinders? Is he happy and jolly as always? And
no, but I know exactly how to get him jolly.
Look at them all. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, there you go. There's one up.
Look what I have for their treat. Whoosh.
Oh, very nice.
You on?
One's got his head straight up. There you go. There's the other two. Oop, what's that? There's the camera hogger. There's the camera hogger. Look at the little fella. Where's mine?
Where's mine? I want one too.
Yeah, where's mine? There's it. There you go. Oh, there's the camera hogger. Oh, are you eating them and all? Give over, lad. That's, no, that's horrid. Oh, Jesus. That's wrong. Oh, look at them sitting like these tail and all. Oh.
Listen, if I was Martin Riggs, I'd be sitting there chomping on these.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, get your biggie. Get your biggie. Go on then. No, God, no. Oh, shit. Hell no, mate. You're an animal. Hunter sausage. Jesus. Oh well.
Sausage stick. Yes, I'll give you another one. We don't spoil our dogs in this house by any stretch of the imagination.
No. Nah. You don't spoil dogs. Not allowed.
Want another one? You get it. Lucy, you get it. Chester, go get it. Come on. Come on.
I love them. Like you can see the net sitting there. Where's the net? One more. I'm loving them. Look at them all
Good stuff,
sitting
huh?
looking at you. They're all sitting looking at you.
They're like, oh, that was a good thing to get up from our nap from. The closest thing I can compare this to is a Slim Jim. They sell Slim Jims in your country?
Pepperami. That's probably where that reminds me of. That's like a sausage. I like pepperami. It's nice.
Slim Jims.
Ooh, Slim Jims. Very nice.
They have all different shapes and sizes.
How was this? Over here we have it's E-P-P-E-R. A-M.
No, you're not getting any more. Sorry.
In the UK, we have pepperami.
Yeah.
Each stick. You can get them spicy, you can get them extra spicy. Ooh, man, 24 for 15 quid. Sorry, that like that. I would sit and bury that whole box, no problem. No problem at all. Pepperami, lovely stuff. Love
Yeah,
it.
my mom sent me that. She's like, for Father's Day, she's like, what do you want? And I'm like, I don't know. So she sent me a t-shirt. She had me try it on. She's like, oh, that's too small on you. Let me order another bigger size. I'm like, no. Feels like a 10th on me already. So not only did she order me the next bigger size shirt, but she also sent me those Hunter sausage.
Oh, very nice.
She knows I like beef
See,
jerky,
she's
and she
giving
knows
the
I like
Hunter
the Slim Jims.
She sent you the Hunter sausage to fill you out so you can fit the shirt. You see the thinking behind it?
I think that's exactly what it was, too. She's like, oh, you thought that other one was not too big? Well, let me send you a bigger size one and food to fill it.
Thanks, Ma.
Oh, wonderful.
Love it.
Don't tell your cardiologist about what you did, though.
Right. I'm going to have a quick toilet break, so why don't you run the retro vape?
Flavor explosion, the random recipe. Hot diggity dog diggity. What can I make? What can I make? Sherlock Holmes, come to the rescue and save me, please. Wow, is that delicious. Steve Lane, banana fingers and icing. Nom noms. Look at that. Banana fingers and icing. We have Purellum banana, classic sponge cake mullenberry, clotted cream SSA, cream cheese icing LA, soft banana mullenberry, and flavorous sweetness. Oh, that looks good. It's just I can make it. Deal. Let's get these flavors. Purellum banana. Oh, that's right. SSA bought out mullenberry flavoring.
Oh, damn, my battery's died. I'll just give us a minute. I'll switch me shit over. It's about that 3-hour mark or something. The battery is gone. I'll be with you in a sec. I charged. Get me mops on. Switch me sound over. What the hell is running here?
Cream cheese icing.
Quit that.
Soft banana.
That's right, that's right. Exit that. Quit that.
Okay, go.
So much shit running there. What the fuck's all that about?
Come on. Dog. You're not getting any more. Sorry. I know you guys love them, but sorry.
You see, you've opened a can of worms with that, mate.
Well, I sure did. Clotted cream, cream cheese icing, soft banana.
You're sticking with this banana theme again, mate, aren't you? Jesus, wet lad. He's liking these bananas. You are liking your banana, mate. Going for it with the bananas. I'm gonna go with a fresh battery.
I don't know what the deal is with the soft banana.
You down there, young man. Put you down there, you in there. Boom. We're in business. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. That is so good.
Ha! Found it. And then
banana fingers
Flavora
and icing. Num nums. That's where I shop. That's where I normally go for when I get my stuff. I go to Nom Noms. It's quite a good online site, that one. That's nice stuff. Classic sponge cake. Ooh.
Wonder if I put that with a flavor enhancer. Hello's extra sweet. Flavora sweetness. Gotcha. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hot diggity.
You got it all, Matty.
Now I need a scale.
$30 ml.
I got a bastard child 30 ml bottle.
Ooh. The tall one, isn't it?
Aye. Move microphone. There we go. Hot diggity. All right, let's adapt this recipe before I jump any further. Duh. $30. Leave it there. Everything else is the same. Right?
What strength you going? 6.
6. Especially with my oxidized Nick that I have, I'm curious to see how it stands up to these bananas and creams. I could make it with a salt if it doesn't compete well, but I'd rather do it with my freebase to start with and then make another batch as a salt Nick and see what she tastes like.
Have you not tried that hybrid one yet?
I need to order some. That was part of my plans before this whole cruise situation. I had that budget. It was like $300 or $400 that she had set aside. And 4th of July is what we were waiting for, the 4th of July sales. I was going to go to 18650 battery store and order some new batteries to replace some of these ones that we've had since the very, very, very beginning of vaping 3 years ago. And I was going to place a flavoring order to get a couple other ones that I don't have. What I did was I went to ELR and I sorted all the flavorings they had based on popularity. And then I compared what they had based on popularity to ones I already had. And I found like 8 of them that are within like the first 2 pages that I don't have.
Wow. Really?
And so I'm like, obviously I'm trying to expand the number of suggested recipes it gives us. And that's the easiest way to do it, is to pick the most popular flavors because they have the most recipes. And then, you know, if you whittle those 8 out, I could probably double the number of recipes it suggests for us to try. But whatever.
But that hybrid secret sauce is quite nice, actually.
And I could literally do that myself. I could literally take, you know, 100 milligram, like put 5 mils of 100 milligram freebase and 5 mils of 100 milligram salt, put them in a bottle and just use that to mix up our liquid.
I mean, like I said, I don't know the ratio. What's salt and what's base. I'm not sure on the ratio, but I would imagine
milligram's a milligram. It doesn't matter what it's in or.
Well, I'm
how
just
it's
wondering what the 50 whether doing a 60-40 mix or a 70-30 mix of it. You know, because obviously you don't get a massive hit. So I'd imagine there'd be more salt than what there will be base.
Yeah, but 6 milligrams of salt and 6 milligrams of freebase will both give you 6 milligrams in your bloodstream eventually, right? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. And as far as the VG-PG ratio, like all of my freebase is in 100% VG. All of my salt is in a 50-50 VG-PG.
But yeah.
So if I put equal parts of this and equal parts of this, all I'm doing is changing it to 75% VG, PG, 25% PG, VG.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
75% propylene glycol, 25% vegetable glycerin, solution of 100 milligram Nick. Because it's 100 milligram each.
Got you.
And I could put that into the ELR calculator. I just drop it from 100% PG based to a 75-25 PG base. Job done.
Yeah, yeah. I suppose it's easy enough to do.
All right, so here's our Nick. Then we'll go with our first flavor, Pure Alum Banana. Ooh.
You've got to waft it,
It's like
remember? You've got to waft it.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm squeezing the bottle. And it's just like, this gives me the smell like I opened up a bag of banana runts. It's
Wow.
that candied banana smell. But this is like peeling a fresh banana.
Yeah.
It's got some of that characteristic in it as well. It's not just candied banana. So 0.6 is all we need, 2%. What is it with me having the dropsies today? It's trying to break my tank glass. That's what it's trying to do. So how about on the show they recommended I go watch a movie? The guy from Spain told me to go watch this movie from the 80s. And it was about the Harvard student. It has Joe Pesci in there as a bum. What a fantastic movie.
Oh, you watched it?
Yeah. I bought it on Amazon. It was like $10 or whatever. It was when it's $5 to rent it and $10 to buy it. I'm like, no, I'll buy it. I'll watch this again sometime. Man, what a fantastic movie.
Yeah. I never watched it, to be honest with you, so I wouldn't know.
Classic sponge cake. And notice on the top it says SSA, because I bought it as SSA, but this is one of the mullenberry flavors. Mullenberry went away. But SSA bought out their flavors, recipes.
That's right,
so here
yeah.
we have. And that's what I did. I'm like, listen, if they're the same thing, I'm going to enter that I have both of them, even though I only have the SSA version. But it's supposed to be the same as mullenberry, so...
Got lots saved there. That's awesome. Just saving some more shit. I'm just saving more settings.
SSA
Right,
stands
got it.
for Sobecki Super Aromas, if I'm not mistaken.
Whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot of words.
It is not just a USA thing, because Nevins was the one that turned us on to the SSA whipped cream, pushed to 14%.
Right. That's right, yeah.
0.45.
Oh, 60 vodka, it's not a US thing. You can get it over in UK as well, you know, whatever. I'm sure you can. I'll tell you what film I watched. I finally got a chance to watch it.
What's that?
Which was Inside Out 2. It's fucking brilliant.
Oh, really? I haven't had a chance to watch that one yet.
Oh, it's class. There's just some more emotions come. There's embarrassment, anxiety, and something else. It's fucking great, man. What is that?
Clotted cream.
Ooh.
Listen, the reaction on my face isn't because it tastes like spoiled milk. It's because there's like this, it's like biting my tongue, like if it was peppermint oil or something. The smell I get from it is like opening up cottage cheese.
Yeah, it's not a like a sweet cream, what you would associate with cream, clotted creams. Like I say, it's like a soury milk, isn't it?
But it's not sour. It's got that stingy sensation on my tongue. But the aroma coming from it is like a combination of like cottage cheese and rice pudding without the cinnamon.
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably a good accurate, like the rice pudding. Yeah.
Maybe a hint of like marzipan. If you drop the texture aspect of it and just the smell of marzipan.
That's an odd one.
It doesn't have almond. So I'm not sure how it can be marzipan without almond. I don't know.
That's a weird one.
I like it though. It reminds me of when I was growing up as a child, my mom used to make a bunch of Hungarian desserts, right? And she used to have palacsinta, which is basically like a crepe. And she would make the filling to go in the crepe. And the filling that goes in the crepe is based on cottage cheese. And it's sweetened. Yeah. And it's made into like a pudding that you would spread on there. But obviously you have the clotted, the cottage cheese clumps that are in there. Turosh is what it's called. Turosh palacsinta. And that's exactly what this is like. That filling that goes in that crepe.
That's so odd.
I really like it. I'll tell you that. It takes cream to a whole different place.
I bet.
We're so used to like the simple creams that are mimicking like milky undertones, like from your coffee, or like whipped cream that goes on top of desserts. Clotted cream is a whole different cream.
But we normally have clotted cream with jam on scones, and it's just out this fucking world.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
One
of these days, I am going to make it to the UK.
A bit of scone, clotted cream, blob of jam on. Fucking delicious. Oh.
Cream cheese icing.
Cream cheese icing, Jesus.
My favorite.
Wow.
If you want a cake, I want cream cheese icing on it. My wife made some the other day. She took cream cheese and some Cool Whip and mixed it and blended it. Had, some sugar and stuff to it. And I don't know, whatever else she put in it, some vanilla or something. And then she took fresh strawberries and blueberries and hoed it in there and hand blended it. Ooh. Then she gave me a graham cracker to spoon it out like you do nachos. Oh, that was so delicious. She made 3 pans of it. Ended up taking them all to work, except for what we ate at home.
Now 3 pans, Jesus.
They ate it up every day. The pan was empty by the end of the day.
Fucking hell.
All right, 0.45.
It's pretty much like our household, you know. If we bring something nice in, the kids just eat the whole lot in a day. Just goes. Yeah, cheesecake salad. Your wife said cheesecake salad.
Yeah, it's freaking delicious. All right, so we have SSA soft banana. Never had this one before.
You're spoiled. You're totally spoiled. I've told you. You're spoiled. You're
Oh,
ruined.
is that pungent? Way more pungent than that other banana. That smells like you took a bunch of bananas and threw them into your mixer, your blender, and turned the blender on for a minute and come back and smell the macerated or the mashed up bananas. That's what this smells like. I guess that's what a soft banana is, huh? Wow.
I used to like mashed banana sandwiches. I used to get a fork, mash it, and straight on a slice of bread. Oh, God, delicious. Mashed banana.
You're going to hate this one. Banana and peanut butter on toast.
Oh, God, no.
Peanut butter banana sandwiches.
Oh, God. Can I get it? You know, I've tried it and I can't get away with it. I cannot. I'm thinking peanut butter. I think I've got in my head peanut butter's more savory than sweet. If you know what I mean? It's more of a savory thing.
I'm going to have to send you a little jar of peanut butter because I think your peanut butter and ours are completely different.
I think they are like ours.
Because when we talk about,
peanuts.
peanut butter and jelly, that's a staple that we have for lunches growing up as kids.
That's right, yeah.
And you guys are repulsed by the idea of it. So I'm like, well, you don't have as much sugar in your peanut butter as we do, obviously, because ours is like you could eat it with a spoon. I used to love doing that.
Nah, that wasn't sweet. Ours just tastes actually like some peanuts. It doesn't. There's no sweetness to it. It's proper peanuts.
Oh, well, you're definitely going to have to get some sent in your package because ours is completely different than what you have.
The closest thing we could do is peanut butter, but it would be jam. Like what do you call jam? It's probably a similar thing. We call it the jam, fruit jams. Peanut butter jelly. Oh, oh God! See,
that's different than super sweet. It's not as sweet as super sweet. And it also actually has a little bit of that artificial sweetener undertones that you would get, like, taking and putting saccharin or something in your coffee. You could tell it's not
that's
sugar
my
that
fault.
was used.
Tell your wife that's my fault.
What is?
No, he doesn't. He always makes me try his nasty ass custard shit. That's me.
Yeah. All right, I need some
That's
PG
me.
here. 4.59.
That's totally me. You better half likes a little bit of custard now and then, so how
She's liked a couple of them until she figured out that it had custard in it. Then she's like, ugh, no.
See, so why not? If she, do you know that's what I'm saying? If she liked it, then you said it's custard. How does that knock it off? It's the taste. It shouldn't matter. You know what I mean?
Because the custard has a lingering flavor that lasts a lot longer than any other flavoring.
Yeah, but like you said,
that's what she doesn't care
realize. She doesn't realize it's custard until you tell her, so she doesn't know.
I haven't had to tell her most of the time. She can spot it right away.
Spot it right now, like I can spot watermelon.
Like you and watermelon.
Mile away. Yeah. I know. I feel for her in that way.
Here, taste this black currant soda. You taste it, you're like, this shit's got watermelon in it. Don't fucking tell me it's black currant.
Yeah. Exactly.
But it does have black currant. She's like, I don't care. It's got watermelon too. I don't want it.
Yep, I'm there as well. I know that one.
Yum.
Looks an interesting one, that one.
Shake, 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 Simona.
Shake them all
Beetlejuice.
out. Yep. Plus, they're supposed to be bringing a new one of that out, you know. There's a new Beetlejuice movie getting released.
Oh,
Beetlejuice
really?
2. Yep. And it's still got Michael Keaton in it as well. Apparently, he's still Beetlejuice. There was some original cast members in it.
I know that this one's definitely going to need to steep. Sticky Walker, I was like, oh, you got to steep that one. Yep. With the sponge cake?
Without doubt.
Definitely. Even the cream cheese icing, you get the initial characteristic of the cream cheese icing on the first day, but it takes a week for you to fully experience that as cream cheese.
Yeah.
So, that's good. Create a label.
You've got to be a believer, 60 watt guy. You've got to be a believer for it to work.
You know, these suckers are still waiting for me to give them another one of them beef sticks.
Oh, you've done your stage. You've opened a can of worms. We'll have to be sitting there going, "Oh, what more of that?"
They're like, we ain't
We'll be
had
sitting
something
there, we
like
want
in a
more of
long
that.
time.
Exactly. Yeah, we want some more of that. Oh, bless them. Like me doggies. Mine will be upstairs somewhere. I don't know where mine is. He just crashes out.
What are we on? 0.3.24.
Ooh. 24.
And we already skipped once earlier this week, or earlier this year.
That's right, yeah. Life is such, mate. Life gets in the way sometimes. One of them things.
It's gonna work.
By the way, I was telling the wife that you're going on holiday, and I was telling her the story that your wife originally wanted a girly holiday, so she said she'll go.
The plane boards Friday at 5 a.m. That's Thursday midnight time for you.
Yep. Boom. Job done.
Banana fingers in icing.
Very nice.
30 mils, 6 milligram. And she
Very
sits
nice.
waiting patiently for us to try.
Very nice, sir. Very nice. But I think you'll enjoy it because you're right into your banana stuff at the minute, aren't you?
I always do love bananas. Banana cream pie, my favorite.
A lot of the banana juices over here I've tried are the candy type banana, you know, they're they're not quite there. That's quite cool, huh?
Oh my God! Everybody stop vaping!
That'll be a nice recipe. Lemon and lime.
Anti-vaping propaganda
Chocolate
is
lemon
brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
That must be my sandals coming. I had to order a proper pair of leather sandals for our trip.
Oh. Oh, desert wellies. We call them desert wellies.
Wow, see, my problem is I have wide feet to begin with, right? And then on top of that, because of the gout that I've got, my joints are swollen. So it's like I need double extra wide. So trying to find a pair in store has been impossible. So this time I'm like, just out of curiosity, because my wife ordered me a pair of water sneakers. And she tried to put them on my feet, and she's like, I got this much more to put on. I'm like, yeah, but they don't expand this way. I got fat feet. She's like, oh, man, I'm going to have to return them. So I'm like, listen, I'm not going to even try and find a pair of wide or fat water sneakers. Let me just find a pair of sandals, because they have straps on them. You can expand it.
Yeah, you can adjust them. Yeah, I get that.
Not only did I find a wide one, they had double wide. Can't be too wide. Finding a pair of sandals that are actually going to fit me, this is going to be a miracle.
A bit of DIY leather work maybe in hand.
I don't think I'm going to need to. I think I'm going to be able to use them exactly as they come. And the nice thing about it is if I do end up getting a gout flare up, if something of the food that they're giving me has like too much organ meat in it or something, they don't tell you it. Like sausages are notorious for that. Cheap sausages have a bunch of organ meat, not actual real cuts of meat with the fat. Yeah. It's no big deal, because then you just pull the strap out and you just let the strap get longer.
That's right, yeah. Well, they're all adjustable. You can adjust them to whatever size, so yeah. Good.
Lemon drop.
Buy the friggin'.
That sounds like a good idea.
If you buy the food, you'd be walking around barefoot anyway. You need sandals.
Listen, I know the Australian people walk barefoot everywhere, so.
Well, that's it. Oh, but there was a time when I've been abroad, I would skate with this. Get your shoes off. Lovely. Especially on the sand, the beach is tremendous.
I can't believe how much clothes my wife was able to order. I mean, as soon as she got notified that this girl wasn't going, and like realized that the only practical thing to do is to take me instead of wasting the ticket. And she certainly wasn't willing to give up the trip, thank goodness. She got on Amazon and made up a whole cart of stuff. She's like, listen, you need swim trunks, you need this to fit you. I want to get you like a Hawaiian shirt or two so that you can, be dressed comfortably for the heat, because she knows I hate heat. We keep the thermostat here at like 64 to 65 degrees in the summertime. Because the third floor gets too hot. It never reaches 65. We're lucky if it's 68 in our bedroom. But she ordered them, and she's like, okay, try this on. You got a whole new wardrobe to go for this trip. And it's just basically a couple pair of shorts, a couple nice shirts, a couple tank tops.
You need to educate your wife. A man does not need a suitcase full of clothes to go on holiday. Trust us. A couple of pairs of shorts, a couple of tops, job done.
That's exactly what she ordered. Mate, that's exactly what she ordered. She ordered me two pair of shorts, a swim trunk, two of these like Hawaiian style shirts, two tank tops, one white, one black. So, 5 pair of underwear in there. My suitcase is packed.
Exactly, done. I hope you're not going to be wearing bungee smugglers. You're not going to be wearing bungee smugglers, are you? Come on.
I'm wearing my Crocs down there, I'll tell you that. And those sandals are getting packed in the suitcase.
Bungee smugglers. Yeah.
Only because there's a lot of walking to do in the airports. Like, we're going to be parking extended parking since I'm not dropping her off now. So we're going to have to pay the $70 to park in extended parking. And they do have a shuttle that takes you to the airport, but our airport is so big, and because of security, the terminal where you check in and get your luggage and stuff is completely separate from the hub that the airplanes park at, the concourses that you go to. So you got to go underneath the ground on a subway a mile out the road to the actual hub where the airplanes park.
I've got day
Then you got to
know,
walk to your terminal.
Yeah, I think your check-in's like pretty much way away from the plane because you check in and you're probably going through the duty-free, where with all your duty-free shops and all that bullshit. And then normally they'll give you a shuttle out to the plane, you know what I mean? So it's pretty far
Yeah,
away.
and then, like I said, there's a layover, so we might be in like Concourse D and arriving and then departing on Concourse A. So you're going to have to go the whole way down this concourse to the duty-free area, then go all the way out the concourse to your plane. And then once we get to South Carolina, then it's like, okay, we got to do all that in reverse to get a Uber
where you need to be.
Take us to our hotel.
And then obviously you've got to get down to the dock where the boat is and then board the boat and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It'd be worth it, man.
And that's not a small boat. I was looking at that's why I was checking it out earlier.
Freaking huge. The ginormous, the floating hotels, man. They're huge.
Massive.
Mm-hmm.
This is the actual one, not the one I put on the thumbnail. But it's just like, look at that massive swimming pool on the top deck there.
Enormous, isn't it?
And the restaurants in this. You know Guy Fieri from the food channels? He's got
That's
a restaurant
right,
there, a burger joint. They
Yeah,
have
you
this
find a lot of
aquatic park for the kids. Half a dozen
you
different
find,
bars.
You find a lot of celebrity chefs, or like I say, celebrity chefs have their own, you know, diners or restaurants on all these cruises. Like,
That's the spa.
oh,
Those are
yes,
heated.
that looks nice. That looks very nice. Oh yeah. I've got a challenge for you though.
What's that?
I've got a challenge for you. And you've got to get a photograph of this. You've got to go at the bow of the ship and do the Titanic. You've got to do that. You've got to do that. You've got to do
I'd
that.
love that. I'll talk her
You've
into
got
it.
to do that. You've got to do that, mate. Go at the bow.
Look at the gross tonnage. 102,853 gross tons.
Oh, Jesus. How does
The
that
boat
float?
has a guest capacity of 3,002 people. It's
Jesus.
892 feet long. And the crew, there is one crew member for every 3 guests on the ship.
That's mad. That is huge. Yeah, you've got to do the Titanic thing. You've got to do it, mate. That's
Yeah,
the
and
first
this
thing I
is
would do.
This is our room, the interior. One bed, TV.
Nice, mate.
There's a bathroom and a shower. You have your own climate control.
Very nice.
Comedy club. There's a waterworks. There's a playlist productions. This seems really interesting to me. They take
Yeah,
a bunch of
shows and
songs that
everything
you
on at
recognize,
nighttime.
and then they do a bunch of shows.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. You're awesome, man.
Heart of Soul, Epic Rock, 88 Keys, 80s pop to the max.
Looks good.
And
Well,
I've never been
all
on
I
a
wanna
cruise
say-
before.
With a boat that size, you're not going to need that classic Jaws line, are you? We need a bigger boat.
No, mate. And it all depends on where our room is, how far we got to walk to even get to the cafeteria or walk to the pool or.
Depends what deck you're on as well, because obviously there's upper decks, lower decks, middle decks, high decks.
Yeah, there's like 8 decks
A lot
for the
of
guests to occupy.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of decks on there. Like, it looks fun, mate. I'll tell you, man.
I'm really excited.
Well chuffed for you. I'm well chuffed for you,
I
mate.
was
Go
hesitant
and
about it
enjoy
when she first told me, but I'm like, you only live once, man. My daughter's gone. It's time for us to enjoy life. So if I'm getting an opportunity to go on a cruise, I'm definitely going on a cruise with my wife.
You're right, man. Probably the best holiday you've had in years, mate. Really, it will be.
Sure will be. Look at this. It's extra. If you want to go to the steakhouse.
Holy shit.
Listen, I can get steak at home. I won't be able to get some of this other stuff that you have options for.
Wow. Marketplace. Jesus. Holy fuck.
They have all kinds of barbecue. They have your typical breakfast stuff. You know, your fried potatoes and your breakfast sandwiches, deli counter, salad bar, Asian station, pasta. Then you have fresh serve, frozen yogurts, pizza, your classics.
Can you imagine just for 1 minute what the kitchen must be like in there? There'll be 24 hours non-stop in them kitchens. Because you'd be wanting people eating all hours of the day, through the night, it'll be mental.
Yeah.
Wow. It's really
Blue
nice, man.
Iguana
Really nice.
Cantina for Mexican food.
Wow. That looks good.
Burritos and tacos, tortillas, salsa.
Oh, hell.
Yes, please. Sign me up.
Sign me up. Oh. Hell yeah.
But look at, I mean, $500 for a week's vacation. Where else are you going to do that? It'll cost you more than stay in a hotel for a week.
That's cheap. That's really good. Really good. $500, man. Fucking nuts. No, that is it. You think about it. Ooh. You make me want to get me passport out, mate.
Hence the reason why I got the Hawaiian shirt on today. Get it started early.
You'll look good, mate. You'll look good. Yeah, enjoy, mate. Go and enjoy.
Well, sir, we reached the 5-hour mark. It's time for us to call it quits once again.
Already again? Bloody hell, where'd that go?
Just like that. Just like that.
Seems sometimes it's not long enough, doesn't it? Jesus.
Yeah, we've got our routine. We're good to go.
But, you know, time flies when you're having fun, as they say. Time flies when you're having fun, Bonnie lad.
Yeah, especially when you come up with, you know, something like this and it's just like... Shit. I'm set. I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to throw a little laundry in. I'm going to start the dishwasher. I'm going to kick back on the sofa. Enjoy this.
Yeah, man, why not? I'm going to have some food, watch the TV, get the TV on, catch up with the football, see where we are with the Euros.
Good luck with your election next week.
Yeah, it's Thursday, isn't it? This Thursday we've got to do a voting. I'm still very undecided at the minute, like very undecided. But
you're in a comforting boat with many others that are in the same situation.
To be honest, I don't think there's going to be a big turnout the way it's going on. Really don't.
Because people are sick and tired of having to choose the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
Put somebody on that stage asking for your vote that everybody believes in, and you'll get a mass horde of people showing up on the poll day, election day.
But I'm thinking like sometimes, I think they've done it one time where people just do a protest vote where they just vote for anybody bar the main parties, just as like a say, fuck you, you know, we don't care if you don't get in. I mean, just like a kind of a protest vote, because this reform party with this Nigel Farage are kind of gaining ground fast because he's different. You know what I mean?
Why do you think Trump and Biden are scared shitless right now of Kennedy? They don't think that Kennedy is going to win because most people are buffaloed into believing the Democratic and Republican ideology, right?
Yeah.
So a third-party candidate. But what scares them is the fact that over a third of our country never votes. And here you've got somebody that's talking sense, swearing to do what 80% of the country wants done, and is going to get it done in the first 100 days, those people are scared shitless that they're going to get a whole horde of people showing up on election day they never thought they'd ever see again.
Yeah.
And those people are never on any polls.
People are just going to do a protest vote. They're just going to vote for anybody, like you say, bar the normal run-of-the-mill crap, just for a change, or to just say, well, look, we're not happy with you. Lots of bollocks. You're not getting power. Simple.
That's the way my vote was last time I went to the polls. I didn't care what side they were standing on or saying that they were this or that. If they were in office, they were getting voted against. Whoever's running against them. And I went so far to the point where I wrote in names for the people that were running unopposed. Because I wanted my vote counted to say that I don't want you. You suck. Yeah. You've made my life worse. I want anybody but you.
I can guarantee that I'll be very, very surprised the Tories get in. I will be. It'll be like a fix, a bribe, or somebody's paid them out, because what they've done the last 14 years, they've brought this country to its knees, man. It's dead. It's had it. Nothing. Everybody hates each other, and there's all this crime and violence. Nobody trusts anybody anymore. Nobody trusts each other anymore. It's just bullshit, man.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Bullshit.
It doesn't matter whether the Tories get ousted by the Labour Party or not. 1 year from now, you and I will be having a conversation, and I'd only see the situation getting worse.
Oh, yeah.
Because even if the Labour Party does take over, I don't see them doing anything to make it better. Not for the average Joe, average bloke like you and I.
Plus, when it comes to vaping, they're totally anti-vaping, Labour. They don't want nothing to do with vaping. They're totally anti-vaping.
Yeah, but my position on that has changed. I realized a long time ago, it took me a long time to accept it, but I realized a long time ago, there will always be a black market for the things that they ban. Here in the United States, the FDA has only authorized 23 products, now 27 products. All three of them are owned by three companies, big tobacco companies, of which Marlboro owns either 100% or 75% or 25% of that company.
Yeah.
I can still go to the corner shop and get a disposable. That ain't going to change.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's definitely
you
going to happen.
You take the good, you take the bad. There you have the facts of life. Have a nice day.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. You see, but take the rough with the smooth, as they say.
Aye, mate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. I will be on holiday next week, but we'll be back the week after that. And I'll have a bunch of pictures to show you off on all the wonderful things I got to experience.
Yeah. Do the Titanic one. You've got to do the Titanic. Yeah.
I'll give it a go. Why not?
Right, boys and girls, as always, thank you to you one and all in chat. Absolutely love having you in. Make the show what it is. Please remember on your way out to hit that thumbs up. It does help the algorithm for Hunky's channel. If you are watching the replay, where were you? But please leave a thumbs up, leave a comment, all that good stuff. And as always, you know how to contact Hunky. He's on all the social media. So, get your hand checks up on whatever platform suits you. But as always, thank you for joining us. And I can't say I'll see you the same time next week because we're going to be off, obviously, because somebody's going to be jetting off and having a cruise. Lucky swine. But as always, guys, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. You all take care. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
God, I'm praying.